5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, early voting begins today in Texas, and a Texas death row inmate is set to testify before a House committee today. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
So we're already up?
Yep.
Very nice.
How's everybody doing?
I haven't pulled up YouTube yet, but
Good morning, Travis, Sam, Kemper, Sitka,
the
Rooster.
gang's all here.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And good morning, Eric. Getting ready for your big debut? Nice shirt, Chris.
Thank you very
According
much.
to Sam Tobias.
Yeah, Eric, I'm going to text you with a stupid question here in a minute because I ask stupid questions.
Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. So thank you for sending the website, Eric. We will promote it. Eric, we're going to ask you, I think the first question I'm going to ask you is, how did this all begin? What inspired you?
Did you see I put the early voting, 1021 through 11-1?
That's very helpful.
Yeah.
Early voting, everybody.
Vote early, vote often. Sorry about the Longhorns, Kemper. Oh, Blondie's there. Okay.
Well, in the same, almost the same color.
Yeah. Maybe that's her color. All right.
All right.
We're out. Sorry. You know, that was kind of crappy, too, what he said.
What was crappy? Horrid.
It was very bad, Kemper.
Right,
It was very,
Eric,
very bad.
I am
very
sending you
bad.
a text right now.
All right. I grieve as well. I felt like a Cowboys fan. Shock, hope, despair, every emotion. You are correct, Kemper. It was god awful.
Ellington Field. That's where my brother
Is that where he crashed?
tomorrow. It was October 22nd,
Wow.
1980.
Wow. Ugh.
Jesus. All right, Eric. 2 questions. I think I know the answer to both, but I just sent them. Oh, I sent them to you.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Like, wait a minute, Chris.
Wake up.
You want me to answer that?
For Eric. Eric, here comes your text, man.
I swear it's coming to you this time. I swear.
There we go, Eric. Boom.
You want
Send
fries
Eric.
with that?
Huh?
You want fries with that? Ding, fries are done.
He's a working man. Brilliant, though. The people are going to love it. The people are going to love it.
Yeah, first half was horrible, Kemper, horrible. Second half wasn't much better.
I said this earlier in the season, and I thought it was going the other way, and it still might. They could still win the national championship.
Sure,
but I think I said this to you: the Longhorns always disappoint.
At least once.
Yeah,
yes.
you think this is a really good team, or in this you're a great team, and they're going to just live up to their potential, but they always
stumble.
They always find a way to disappoint.
Yep.
And it's
how about them Tennessee Volunteers, huh?
What they do?
Beat Alabama.
That's right. I was dishing. I was at an outdoor spiritual retreat for most of the weekend, so I didn't see a lot of the weekend football. Ainsley got the memo.
Yes, she did. Where's her halo, though?
Yeah. Oh, you can't see it?
No.
You can't see the halo?
Oh, there it is. I see it now. Okay. It was covered by the wings.
Yeah, that means you're a non-believer, and we're going to have to
I know.
Put you in a re-education camp if you can't see her halo.
We couldn't see it, man. Could not see it. Could not see it. Could not see it. Oh, I watched.
Eric, I thought that was the case on it being free again. I know you told me that, but I don't trust my memory. The older I get, I triple check things because I send text to the wrong people and things like that.
I watched.
Okay, both. Yes on both. Thank you, Eric.
Okay. I watched the show on Netflix yesterday morning, Women of the Hour, the movie about the dating game killer,
Beth
Rodney Alcala.
Beth wants to watch that.
It's pretty good.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
Wow. Have you started Lincoln Lawyer season?
Not yet. Not yet. Okay.
Lincoln Lawyer season 3, and then we started a thing last night called Sweet Bobby. It's about a woman who got amazingly catfished. And
okay.
We're only about halfway through.
Okay, I saw that. It is
when
it was on Netflix, right?
Say again?
It's on Netflix?
Netflix, yeah.
Yeah, because I saw that when I was going to find.
She was going to marry him. They're like multiple identities.
Oh my God!
People who become her confidants.
God, I'm just so glad that there wasn't, internet dating back when.
Well, and the majority of people today, single people,
are online finding us.
The way they meet someone is online.
See,
and
I'm
on dating apps.
So glad that wasn't around.
God. Oh, Kemper, don't tell me how it ends. I'm like halfway through. But my God, how elaborate.
Yeah, this Rodney
Alcala.
I'm going
to finish it tonight, Kemper.
The Rodney Alcala thing is just, wow. They caught him, right? Yeah.
I did not know
Yeah, they
that.
caught him, and he got convicted of killing like 8 people, I believe, and they think he might have killed as many as 130.
And wasn't Ted Bundy also on the dating game?
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty good, man. And it's Anna Kendrick is the star in it, and she also directed it.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's
pretty good, man. I was, serial killers fascinate me anyway, just because how they live amongst us, and then are just freaks. And this guy was ultimate freak, man. He had people believe it. I mean, he suckered a lot of women, man. Let's put it that way, and guys.
Absolutely awful.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good, man. It was done very well.
Yeah, I turn this back on. It's like it's on a loop. It's almost like those Al Qaeda on the monkey bars.
Yeah, definitely. All right, Chris. Feel like doing a show today?
Yes. 4 days from OpelkaCon.
3 days, actually.
You are correct. 3 days from OpelkaCon. I should read my Tim Merriman created list of what's coming up. 3 days until OpelkaCon. How many days till Halloween? It's not 10 days till Halloween, 15 days until the election, 18 days until the Civil War, 38 days till Thanksgiving, 65 days till Christmas.
Stand by.
Who? Welcome into this beautiful day, Monday, October 21st, 2024. 3 days until OpelkaCon at La Hacienda de los Barrios on Redland Road. 10 days until Halloween. 15 days until the 2024 election. 38 days till Thanksgiving. 65 days until Christmas. And 242 days until Mr. T and I celebrate the first day of summer 2025. Charity McCurdy, how are you on this Monday morning?
I'm doing well. I can't believe it's finally arrived. Early voting in Texas. It seems like we've been counting this down forever. But finally, we're going to see some long lines today, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm afraid you are right, Charity. There will be long lines at the early voting. That's why I wait till election day. In my neighborhood, it's easier.
Yeah, I'm an early voting guy, but as Charity suggested last week, I'm going to wait like 3 or 4 days, let the lines go down a little bit. But it blows my mind. People today across the state of Texas will cast their vote for the president of the United States. That's just mind-blowing to me that we're here.
It's here, yeah.
And I think we're going to see a record turnout. There's a lot of indications that just first-time voters, new people registering to vote for the first time is at new levels. The Secretary of State says more than 18 million Texans have registered to cast their ballots. So
yeah, that's a sign
incredible.
That the lines are going to be really, really long for early voting.
And I'm seeing so many different polls and analyst opinions on whether it's going to be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris prevailing, whether it's going to be a tie at 269 to 269, which, by the way, if it's a tie, Trump wins. If it will go to the House,
right,
and it'll be a vote state by state. So a tie in the Electoral College at 269, in almost all certainty would go to Donald Trump. So we are your election central. We are here every step of the way from now until we know who the next president of the United States is and beyond. But 15 days out, let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s, near 90. Tomorrow, a mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, sunny, very warm, highs right around 90 degrees. It is 62 degrees in Kerrville, Texas, 64 in Leon Valley, 61 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker at 6:48. With those were the days. I'm Chris Duell. EJ Pacheco wearing a red hoodie. Is that his 49ers hoodie? No. Because they lost yesterday, and they play the Cowboys next week. And the Niners.
So there's a win.
Niners will win that one. But he's wearing a United States Marine Corps hoodie.
Hoorah.
Very cool. Andrew Zimmel on board doing the heavy lifting as well. He's running our YouTube stream. Go to look for 1200 WOAI on YouTube. You can watch the show and react in real time. And I want to call everybody's attention to what we're going to do at 5:40. At 5:40, a guy who's going to be a part of OpelkaCon, and he is an amazing photographer who does an amazing thing that is so inspiring and just so awesome. His name is Eric Bowden. And he takes portraits of veterans, beautiful, stunning, evocative portraits. And the only way to understand how wonderful they are is to look at them. And I'll go ahead and give you the website right now, portraitofaveteran.org, portraitofaveteran.org. And Charity, you and Mr. T and I have met Eric, and we've looked at these amazing portraits of veterans. And I've never seen anything like him. And I just love the way he is honoring the service of Vietnam veterans, those amazing greatest generation remaining World War II veterans, Korea, Gulf War, all service is honored by these portraits.
Yeah, I mean, this is far from a generic picture. It's very uniquely done. You have to see it to understand its beauty. And what I love about it is, once Eric finds out that you previously served in the military, currently serving, whether you're in uniform or not, he will take your photo. It's whatever you're comfortable with. But I mean, this is something that you will treasure, your family will treasure for a lifetime. Truly a talent.
And if you are a vet and you are anywhere around Redland Road on Thursday between 2 and 4, come on out. He's going to be set up there taking pictures of vets that day so you can get your picture taken.
And we want to thank you for your service. So,
yes.
And remember, that is free.
Yes.
And it's, these portraits
are amazing.
Yeah, your family is going to cherish these portraits forever. As I think I see these being passed down from generation to generation in families. So, and we thank Eric. We're going to meet him. We're going to learn what inspired him to do this. And again, he'll be with us at OpelkaCon, and we'll talk more about Opelka. We're 3 days away from OpelkaCon. Mike Opelka, it's going to be a meet and greet. We can't wait.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see Mike Opelka in person. I mean, we've been talking to him on the airways for decades, and finally he's making the trip to San Antonio, and we're going to give him a warm welcome.
Yeah, and I was afraid that I wasn't going to make it here today, and that kind of bothered me, and I would miss OpelkaCon. That's a jerk backing up on the highway because he missed an exit, and I thought I was going to hit the guy. So I'm just glad I made it here because I've been having dreams about OpelkaCon. So yeah, let's get it done.
What Tim experienced, we'll talk more about it later this morning. If you're driving anytime, but certainly this time of night, there's a lot of drunk people on the road. After 3, 4, 5 a.m., be careful. Be very vigilant out there. Did you see Donald Trump at McDonald's over the weekend? It's inspiring our talkback question of the morning. We'll tell you what it is coming up. WOAI News Time 516.
And we're back.
Jacob C. Hernandez. Jim and Things. Kemper. Tim, good morning. Sikapalan. Travis. Anybody else who's in here? Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Yeah, it was very scary. But it woke me up. I didn't have to have coffee on my way in this morning because my heart rate went up very high. Yeah, I can't believe he's a jerk. Why would you back up on a highway, first of all?
You're an idiot.
Yeah, you miss your exit. Go to the next one, turn around and come back.
You're an idiot, and you don't realize how easy it is to die.
Well, the first thing I saw was the white lights, Kemper, and I thought I had a wrong way driver, and that kind of freaked me out. And so I slowed down and moved over and realized, oh, he missed his exit. So let me back up the highway so I can get to my exit. Dumbass.
He was almost certainly drunk at that hour.
I hope so, because you know what? Sober people don't drive like that, do they?
Trevin, good morning. Welcome in. 21 of you in here. Good morning.
22 now.
22 now.
We got 22.
23 now.
24
24.
Good morning, Trevin. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to have to watch Sweet Bobby. I want to see that.
Yeah, it's amazing. And crap like this happens all the time.
You mean McDonald Trump?
McDonald Trump.
MAGA Donalds.
The Big MAGA. I'll have a Big MAGA with cheese.
Ooh. I don't know who's working your fries in there, but my fries came out soggy. Can you hear all that going on? I'm going to save these because Donald Trump cooked them. I'm never going to eat them.
Good morning, Rooster. Okay, let me sign in and get you Pags.
See, Travis, what's wrong with people, man? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I ran across a story this morning that 40% of Americans think that they can pass the driving test. 40% is a little high to me. If you see people we see on the roads, I mean, come on.
Sister Joy.
Yep. She should be holding a ruler.
That's right.
I wonder if that'll be her Halloween costume. Which, by the way,
Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together. Donald Trump worked at McDonald's over the weekend, and he inspired our talkback question, which we will reveal in a moment. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
With 15 days to go before the election, early voting begins today in Texas. In a move aimed at trolling VP Kamala Harris, former President Trump worked at a McDonald's drive-thru in Pennsylvania, and Texas death row inmate Robert Roberson will testify today before state lawmakers who saved his life with a subpoena. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s, near 90. Tomorrow, mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, sunny, warm, highs right around 90 degrees. It is 64 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 64 at Fort Sam Houston, and 61 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 521.
San Antonio's first news. That is Mr. T. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. And Charity just mentioned it. Donald Trump working at a McDonald's over the weekend, even working the drive-through window. The video is amazing. And Charity, as you mentioned, this is all, among other things, I think it's a brilliant move. It's brilliant optics. But it's also to mock Kamala Harris, who said she worked at McDonald's way back in the day.
Yeah, in the 1980s, she claimed she worked at a McDonald's, and it's been very difficult to verify those claims. But still, the optics of seeing the former president in one of those blue, or I think it's black and yellow apron working the fryer is just kind of awesome to see. He has a great sense of humor. And of course, everyone was pre-screened, people who came through the drive-through to get their meals. And I believe those were free of charge. He took care of the tab as well. But with 15 days to go until the election, this is the kind of stuff that's going to make headlines.
Yeah, and I believe they've changed it to his name now as McDonald Trump.
Yeah, and I'll have a Big Maga with cheese at McDonald's Trump. So Mr.
McDonald's.
Yes, McDonald's. So Mr. T, you get the credit here. This weekend working at McDonald's by Donald Trump inspired you to come up with a talkback question this morning.
Yeah, and it's not a stab at McDonald's at all. But we want to know, what was your worst job you ever had?
Worst job.
And the best one is going to win a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios for OpelkaCon.
Charity, let's start with you. What was your worst job ever?
It was any waitressing job because it's a thankless job when you're dealing with people and their food, especially like the lunchtime rush. It's just so stressful, and it requires multitasking on another level. And I hated it, but I had to do it. I was going to college at the time. It was easy money. But I have so much respect for people in hospitality industry because, again, it's a thankless job.
Amen
Mr.
to
T,
that.
worst job ever?
I was working for a temporary agency, and I had gone to the beach over the weekend down at Corpus and got real bad sunburn, and I had jeans on, and the jeans were like sandpaper on my legs, and they sent us to this warehouse to take, it was called Clark Check was the name of the company, and all we were taking was boxes of checks off of one pallet and putting them on other pallets, separating orders. And the guy who was running the place did not speak English. So luckily I grew up on the west side of San Antonio, so I kind of picked up what he was telling me. But at lunchtime, we left, me and a friend of mine, I just couldn't do it anymore. It was killing my legs, man. It was like sandpaper. And the job was horrible to begin with, but that didn't make it any better.
Wow. Well, coming up, I'll let you know what my worst job was. But here's the deal. We want you to tell us your worst job ever. And we're going to pick somebody to win a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. You can use it Thursday at OpelkaCon. Yeah. OpelkaCon, 2 to 4 p.m. on Thursday, the La Hacienda on Redland Road. We want to hear from you, and we'll play those coming up. Coming up as well, Eric Bowden, his website, portraitofaveteran.org. He'll be at OpelkaCon taking portraits of veterans. WOAI News Time 525. Yeah.
We're clear, right?
We're clear. Got another newscast. Just saying.
2 minutes still. 2.5 minutes.
No, I meant during the.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And we're back.
So, yeah, today's another day to win La Hacienda. So, everybody in here.
Get on the talk back, everybody.
And we will, we do pick our favorite talk back.
Yeah.
But I would say we are perhaps slightly influenced by the people here on YouTube because you guys are regulars.
P1.
I would rather regular.
Yeah, I'd rather give it to somebody that's going to show up, first of all.
Who knows what a OpelkaCon is. And yeah. Now, when you say give it to someone who's going to show up, is that a shot at Kemper?
No, she can't have, well, kind of. It was a backhanded shot.
I keyed.
Which, by the way, I've been meaning to tell you this.
M1A1, welcome.
You know what they have over there? It's sitting out at Brittany's desk. 4 pickleball paddles and balls.
Really?
Yeah. You should start hitting them there in the little.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, they should just build a damn pickleball.
They got plenty of freaking room,
build
man.
A damn pickleball
you know
court.
what? I'm going to bring that up.
It's a great idea.
It's a fantastic idea. You want us to stick around here?
Yeah,
do that.
Foster esprit de corps. Come on. Sickapolin, welcome. Travis, Trevin. Okay, Trevin says, Chris, Tim, and Charity, Donald Trump didn't work the drive-thru. The McDonald's was closed to the public for the photo op. Now, Trevin, I could argue 2 people so far, well, 3 possibly, 2 shot at the president, the former president, and another one.
Plus, anytime you're dealing with that high-profile person, you got to screen the people.
So, Trevin,
you're not going to let the public in.
If we're going to be fair, if Joe Biden did this, if Kamala Harris did this, if Barack Obama did this, they would almost certainly either close down the McDonald's or have a hell of a security perimeter and pre-screen.
Oh, they would go through your cars.
Who's coming in.
You got it, man, because you could put explosive. There's all kinds of things that could happen.
I'm just saying. I'm not being totally. I mean, you bring up an interesting point, Trevin. However, weapon of choice. Good morning. To be fair, I totally get it if they closed down that McDonald's so that he could do that.
Yeah, makes sense.
And
security.
Kudos to the Trump campaign. That was a brilliant.
It was a good move.
America's going to love that. Here she comes.
5:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Texas voters can have their say beginning today, and a Houston helicopter crash leaves 4 dead. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 85, tonight's low near 65, right now 61 degrees. Well, people in Texas can start voting today in the presidential election. Stephen Pickering has more.
Early voting in Texas starts today. The top races on the ballot are president and senator, but congressional seats are also on the ballot, along with candidates for state representative and some state senate positions. Some counties have elections for county commissioner or other local offices, and several cities and school districts have propositions on the ballot. Early voting runs through November 1st, and Election Day is November 5th.
And Secretary of State Jane Nelson says more than 18,600,000 Texans have registered to cast their ballots. That's a million more than in November of 2022. Speaking to reporters through a McDonald's drive-thru window in Pennsylvania, former President Trump said that his temporary shift at the restaurant still lasted longer than Vice President Kamala Harris's alleged McDonald's career.
Now I have worked at McDonald's. I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here. I've now worked 15 minutes more than Kamala. So I worked at McDonald's. I'm going to say because she's lying, Kamala. That's why. Why would she lie? She shouldn't lie about it.
Harris says she worked at the fast food chain while earning her college degree at Howard University. Meantime, the vice president delivered remarks at the New Birth Church in Stonecrest, Georgia, asking a question to voters of faith.
What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
Harris has sharpened her attacks on Trump recently, calling him increasingly unstable and unhinged. Elon Musk's election promise of $1 million giveaway every day is drawing scrutiny. Here's Fox's Sue Guzman.
This weekend, Elon Musk announced he'll give $1 million a day until Election Day to someone who signs his America PAC petition. By signing, the person pledges support for the First and Second Amendments, freedom of speech, and the right to bear arms. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, telling NBC's Meet the Press, said it may be illegal.
When you start flowing this kind of money into politics, I think it raises serious questions that folks may want to take a look at.
Some legal experts have suggested Musk is not violating any law since the money is being awarded for simply signing a petition, not in exchange for a vote. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Georgia authorities are still working to identify the cause of a ferry dock collapse that killed at least 7 people. State authorities say the deadly incident on Sapelo Island also injured about 6 people. Witnesses say a gangway at the dock collapsed Saturday afternoon, sending dozens of people plunging into the water. Multiple victims were taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. The U.S. is investigating an intel leak about Israel's plan for a retaliatory attack on Iran following their ballistic missile attack on Israel nearly 3 weeks ago. Here's Fox's Matt Finn.
For weeks now, the world has been waiting to see how Israel will respond to the Iranian missile strike here on October 1st. But now the U.S. is investigating that potentially damaging leak that might indicate how Israel may respond attacking Iran. The reports that were leaked describe in detail the types of aircraft and weapons the Israeli military is possibly preparing to use in the strike against Iran. The report contains images generated by American intelligence. The documents were leaked by a pro-Iran site, Middle East Spectator.
The Justice Department says the leak raises the concern of even more sensitive information being released. Well, 4 people were killed after a helicopter crashed into a radio tower last night in Houston. Here's Houston's Mayor John Whitmire.
Let me just emphasize that the scene is secure, multiple fatalities. Apparently there's a child, and it's a horrible thing to witness.
Nobody on the ground was injured. The FAA, NTSB, and Texas DPS says they'll investigate the crash. Robert Roberson will be before the Texas House Committee on Jurisprudence today. Roberson was to be executed this past Thursday for the capital murder of his daughter in 2002, but the Texas Supreme Court granted a stay because the committee had issued a subpoena for Roberson to appear. Committee Chairman Jeff Leach says the committee's concerned Roberson was convicted based on the shaken baby syndrome, something he says has been discredited.
All eyes in Texas and really nationally are going to be on this case. There's a lot of folks who are not aware of the facts, and there's a lot of misinformation that's being thrown around.
The committee meets at noon. It does not have the power to alter the death sentence, but Leach feels it is buying time to let further evidence be presented to the courts. Well, the University of Texas must pay a $250,000 fine to the Southeast Conference after football fans threw cups and water bottles onto the field following a controversial official's call on Saturday. Texas had a big interception in return called back for a pass interference penalty in the third quarter. Fans rained trash on the field, and Texas coach Steve Sarkisian pleaded with the crowd to stop. As stadium personnel cleared the field, the officials convened and reversed their call, but Texas lost to Georgia 30-15 anyway. Texas must also find and ban those fans who toss the trash. Texas apologized to the conference and said that behavior will not be tolerated. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Scott Card live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Scott. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Eric Bowden, moments away, who's in here a lot. Steve DeRocco, good morning. Rocket Man, THE Rock, the human element, man's threat, woman's pet, the ultimate object of desire. Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Eric is ready.
Okay, perfect.
See, if we had a good producer that actually listened, it would be
41. 41. We won't be in
I know.
41.
We'd come back with photograph.
Yes, we would. To show the people on YouTube what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. San Antonio's First News, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. This Thursday, it is OpelkaCon, a meet and greet with Mike Opelka, 2 to 4 p.m. at La Hacienda de los Barrios on Redland Road. But also joining us there to take portraits of veterans is an amazing photographer, Eric Bowden. We've met Eric. We've seen the portraits, and you've got to look at them to understand how magnificent they are. Go look at the website, portraitofaveteran.org. And Eric, first question I have to ask you, what inspired you to start photographing and therefore honoring veterans with these portraits?
So, Chris, back in 2023, it was going to be the 10-year anniversary of losing my dad. And he was an Air Force veteran. But that's really all I knew about him. And I did not have a great picture, of him. And I thought, you know what? Just like other kids of veterans, it's important to capture these moments and to gather these stories. So that's where I started, July of 2023, doing these portraits and also giving each veteran an 11 by 14 frame print so that their family could have this.
Eric, it's so great to talk to you again. What reaction do you get from people when you ask them if they want their picture taken, and how do they react when they see the finished product?
They're really excited. The fact that they are seeing someone that cares about them, the look in their eyes is they're like, you mean you're doing this for free for us? Absolutely. And when they get that finished product, they are just so joyous and excited to have that and to have that legacy.
Now, Eric, I've seen a lot of your photographs of these veterans. Now, are you going to make a book? Are you going to get a coffee table book? Are you going to make a book that we could probably get a hold of, or, just so we can see?
That is the goal. That's where I want to take this to and have this for generations, because it's so important. These veterans and the sacrifice that they've given for us, and they've stood in the gap for each and every one of us. They signed that piece of paper and raised their hand and said, I'm going to protect you. And this is the best way I can give back. So I'd love to be able to do a book so that memory can be shared and kept.
If you're a veteran listening now, or you're a family member or a friend of a veteran, tell them to come out on Thursday, 2 p.m. at La Hacienda de los Barrios to have Eric make their portrait. And Eric, what I love about your portraits, some veterans, are in their uniform, some of them, 70, 80 years old, some are older, all ages. And then some of them, they're like, it's not the uniform, but it's maybe the patches from their unit, and maybe they're wearing their dog tags, or they're wearing a shirt that signifies they're a Vietnam veteran or whenever they served. How did that, were those your suggestions, or did that just happen organically?
That was truly organically. So it's a matter of that snapshot in time, and how they come up is they're here and in this moment getting that picture. And some, like you said, show up in full uniform, some just in a shirt, because that's the memory I want to capture for everyone.
And Eric, for our wounded warriors that don't feel comfortable commuting, you've been known to make special accommodations to get their portrait taken.
That's correct, Charity. I have a portable studio. I have my backdrop and my lights. I can go anywhere. I did a portrait of a 91-year-old veteran just 2 weeks ago in their kitchen and dining area.
I have two things for you. First of all, thank you for what you're doing. And second of all, what's the turnaround on these portraits? How long does it usually take you?
It takes me about a week and a half to get everything, edited, printed, and sometimes if it's a matter of, having to mail it out if the person's not here in San Antonio, but usually about a week and a half to 2 weeks.
Eric, you are doing such a great service for our veterans. So many of us say, thank you for your service, which is wonderful, and we should always thank them. But you're doing something. I mean, you are thanking them in a tangible way for their service to our country. I want everybody to go look at the website right now, portraitofaveteran.org. If you're a veteran, if you love a veteran, if there's one in your family or a friend, tell him or her to come out 2 p.m. La Hacienda de los Barrios to OpelkaCon, and Eric will be there for those portraits. Our thanks to Eric Bowden. We look forward to seeing him on Thursday, and we look forward to seeing you. Much more coming up. Flashback next. WOAI News Time 546. Thanks. Eric, if you're in here, man, there you are. I'm texting you right now.
That was awesome, dude. You did a good job.
You were fantastic.
Yeah, like a pro.
I am texting you. Hopefully I'm texting you and not Charity. Eric, you nailed it. We ran out of time. I was going to mention the Medal of Honor events that you covered, which was amazing. So, but we're honored to have you, Eric. And again, I'm blown away by what you're doing. For everybody in here on YouTube right now, portraitofaveteran.org to see it. And in addition to the coffee table books, Eric, gosh, what was the name of it? It was called 1,005 Faces.
Oh, yeah.
And a local photographer, Sarah, her name is escaping me because the caffeine hasn't fully kicked in yet. But anyway, she did exhibits around town, and she actually put these portraits all over town. I would love for you to get funding, Eric. And because this is Military City, USA, if we can get funding and a benefactor, wouldn't it be great to have these portraits of veterans all over San Antonio, at the airport, on the sides of buildings, on billboards, just celebrating veterans like no other city does, because we are Military City, USA. I would love for that to happen as well. But it is clearly, Eric, it is a passion project for you and for us, just watching you do this. It's a passion project for us because it is such a novel, wonderful idea. And yet, if you think about it, you got to be talented enough to take the photos that you do. On a certain level, it's a simple idea, but you have made it into something magnificent. So way to go, man. And we love that you're a part of OpelkaCon. I'm talking to Eric on the YouTube stream. We talk to the folks on YouTube during the breaks quite frequently. It is time to go back in time. What year will we land in? Let's try to figure it out. Let's play Flashback. Boo. Ding.
Yeah. Ding.
Yeah.
Wait, hot?
Woo. I could use a Vegemite sandwich right now. I'm thinking 82, Mr. T.
I think you are correct.
We both dinged in. Charity, you good with 82?
Yes.
Let's find out. What year was it?
Yeah.
Woo! I hated that NFL strike, by the way.
Me too.
Replacement players, remember those?
Yes, I do. Scabs.
Yeah. Charity, what stories are you following?
The polls open at 8 o'clock this morning as early voting begins today in Texas. 4 are dead, including a child, after a helicopter crashed into a Houston radio tower. And the SEC fined the Longhorns $250,000 after fans threw trash on the field and protested a controversial call during their game against Georgia. We'll have details, first traffic and weather.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s, near 90 tomorrow. Mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, sunny and highs right around 90 degrees. It is 64 degrees in Leon Valley, 64 at the Pearl, and 61 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 5:52.
San Antonio's first news. That's Mr. T. She's Charity. I'm Chris. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. Our talkback question for you this morning, inspired by Donald Trump over the weekend working at McDonald's, among other things, to mock Kamala Harris. He doesn't believe she worked at McDonald's in her youth, as she claims. He worked at the drive-in. There's just great video footage. I think it was a brilliant move by his campaign. And nothing against McDonald's, but Mr. T came up with the talkback question. What was your worst job ever? Now, I told you guys this morning, I lied about my age at age 15 so I could work at a Red Lobster as a dishwasher. And they had like 1 inch to 2 inches of water on the floor. My tennis shoes would become soggy. My socks would be soggy. I had waterlogged feet at the end of each night. It was awful. But I forgot. I had a worse job than that.
What?
In California, in the San Fernando Valley once, the boyfriend of my sister Rosemary, I didn't have a job. So he said, come work with me. I'm working on a construction crew and you can work construction with me. So they got me on the construction site and they found out quickly I had no skills. They tried to get me to do carpentry work. I sucked. They tried to have me do like masonry. I sucked. So I was worthless on this construction. So they go, oh, I know what you can do. They said, see down there, there were illegals digging ditches for this new housing project. They said, you go down there and help them dig ditches.
So you were a ditch digger.
Here's a shovel. And when I never knew this, within like 15 minutes, my arms were like quivering and shaking from trying to. I like you did this. I quit at lunch.
Yeah.
I sucked. I
never got
hated
paid for that job either. I never picked up my check. Yeah.
Same here. I quit. I left. So I was a ditch digger. So I was a crappy ditch digger. I wasn't just a ditch digger. I was the illegals were much better than I was. They were mocking me.
I thought you were going to say they made you water boy.
Yeah,
see? But, that would have
he could have done.
I would have been better. So Charity, and oh, by the way, the winner today, our favorite's going to get a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. You can use that Thursday at OpelkaCon, and we hope you do. Charity, how do people get us that information?
The free iHeartRadio app. You're looking for the talkback. What you do is you search 1200 WOAI. The talkback button is that red circle. Once you hit it, you have 30 seconds. It's like leaving a voicemail.
And our favorite school teacher's checking in.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lauderdale. The worst job I ever had was clerk at a convenience store. When I started the job, I was actually maintenance. I would clean and change light bulbs, and restock. But they needed somebody behind the counter. They were short, and so they moved me to dealing with customers. And then I had to work a night shift, and I realized, no, this is not for me. By the way, I almost sent this to WBAP in Dallas. I was listening to a different radio station over the weekend, so they would have gotten interested in Talkback.
That's funny. Yeah, with Talkback, you can talk back to any radio station you want virtually.
Yeah.
Wow, a clerk at a convenience store.
That's a thankless job.
That is a thankless job.
Yeah,
and what's scary is,
yeah,
especially late at night with a robbery, that can be a very dangerous job. So God bless those people.
Yes.
Wow. Charity, any other worst jobs ever occur to you?
I loved my movie theater job, but, because you got the benefits of free movies. They've since reeled that in. I don't think they offer their employees unlimited free movies anymore. But a lot of my injuries, permanent scars, came from my concession days at the movie theater. I was opening up a big container of Rico nacho cheese, and they had that industrial size can opener. And, it would skip certain parts as you're trying to open up the metal top. And I was trying to push it open with my fingers, and it slipped, and I cut the inside of my fingers. And I went to, I think, some emergency room and refused to wait as long as they wanted me to wait to get stitches. So I never got stitches. So I have a gnarly scar on the inside of my pointer finger on my right hand. And then there was the occasional mouse caught in a glue trap as a movie theater usher you would have to dispose of. That was pretty gross. But I think things are a lot higher class these days back compared to what it was like in the 90s when I was working.
Now, I worked with my brother-in-law one summer in Fort Worth. He was working in Montgomery Wards, and we were blowing insulation into attics in the summertime. And most of the places we went were places that did not have insulation before we got there.
Yeah.
And I was the small guy, so I got to crawl up in the attics and spray the insulation, and I would come out covered in that insulation. I mean, just caked with it, so, because your sweat, and it would just stick to you. And it would, thank God it wasn't fiberglass, but man, that was nasty. Awesome. But it made a lot of money.
Hey,
I like that part of it.
We do like money.
Yeah.
So we want to hear from you. Talk back to us. What's your worst job ever? Somebody's winning that $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. You can use it at OpelkaCon. Charity coming up at the top of the hour with all the big stories you need to know about on this Monday morning. WOAI News Time, 5:58.
And we're back.
Woo! I almost told the story. Good morning, Lucinda. Lucinda Sullivan, Lucinda. Colts fan, coffee drinker.
Fanalo.
I almost told the story, but I'll tell you on YouTube. Charity brought up working for a movie theater, and I told you this one before, Mr. T. Steve Duraco, who may still be in here right now, and I worked at the Central Park Fox Theater in the late 1970s. And imagine this, I was kind of a hyper kid. So the manager, I won't say his full name because what he did was kind of illegal. Ben P was his name. P started with a P, his last name. He said, Chris, every time you come in, he said, I want you to take this. And it was a pill. And I go, what is this? He goes, it's a Quaalude.
Oh, yeah.
It will calm you down. And I was taught to respect and obey my elders and my bosses.
Exactly.
I grew up in a military family. You take orders from your commanding officer and yes, sir. So I took it, and it mellowed me out. And like every time I would come in, I would report to Mr.
And you would bounce off walls.
Mr. P's office, and I go, I just got here, and I'm here for my Quaalude, and he would give me the Quaalude, and he was like popping Quaaludes left and right.
Man,
how
back then you could still get them. Yes,
and I was like a 16, 17-year-old kid.
Yes,
giving me Quaaludes.
Good times.
And then on top of that, then Steve Duraco and I would sneak
beers,
6-packs of beer behind the screen. So in the middle of the feature, we're coming down with the flashlight like we're looking for, making sure everybody's okay. And we go behind the curtain and we're pounding beers.
Wow.
Woohoo. White Castle.
Man.
Lucinda,
up north someplace. Yeah.
Well, I'll have to tell you later because here comes Charity.
6 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, early voting begins today in Texas, and a Texas death row inmate is set to testify before a House committee today. We'll have the details. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 85. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 60 degrees. Early voting begins today in Texas, and it comes at a time when political tensions are at an all-time high. Bexar County Elections Coordinator Jackie Callanan says they've been preparing their judges to handle any disputes that could pop up.
We do extensive training with them, desensitizing people, sort of de-escalating.
Texas is still under voter ID laws. You must have the physical card, and the polls open at 8 o'clock this morning, and early voting runs until November 1st. Former President Trump donned an apron and served up food at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania yesterday. Fox's Jill Nato has details.
Former President Trump took on a new role as he served French fries to customers at McDonald's in Pennsylvania while dishing out jabs at Vice President Kamala Harris. Thousands of Trump supporters surrounded the McDonald's north of Philly as Trump accused Harris of lying about working at the fast food restaurant.
I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here.
The vice president says she worked at McDonald's while going to college. Her running mate Tim Walz posted on X saying the former president spent decades stiffing workers' pay, cut overtime benefits for millions of people, and opposed any effort to raise the minimum wage. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Vice President Kamala Harris is hoping to swing black religious voters in a battleground state, delivering remarks at the New Birth Church in Stonecrest, Georgia. Harris says voters of faith should be uplifting and not divisive.
We should never let anyone take our power from us or in any way try to convince us we are powerless.
Harris has sharpened her attacks on Trump recently, calling him increasingly unstable and unhinged. A dock collapse killed 7 people and injured more during a cultural celebration in Georgia. Here's Fox's Jonathan Siri.
The cause of this accident remains a mystery. There was no obvious collision. It happened on coastal Georgia's Sapelo Island, which is only accessible by boat. People had traveled there for that cultural festival celebrating the Gullah Geechee community, descendants of African slaves who have maintained many unique traditions. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources says a gangway on a ferry boat dock collapsed Saturday afternoon, sending at least 20 people into the water.
No word on what caused the collapse. And 4 people are dead after a helicopter crashed into a radio tower last night in Houston. The private helicopter had taken off from Ellington Field shortly before the crash. Houston Mayor John Whitmire notes the crash could have been a lot worse.
We are fortunate that it wasn't worse in terms that there's a butane tank, gas tank near the crash scene.
There are no injuries on the ground, but everybody on board the helicopter, including a child, was killed. The FAA and other agencies are investigating. Condemned inmate Robert Roberson is scheduled to appear before the Texas House Committee on Jurisprudence in Austin today. The court stepped in to stop last Thursday's execution of Roberson after the committee issued a subpoena. Committee Chairman Jeff Leach of McKinney says they have questions about the shaken baby syndrome that was used to convict him.
All we're trying to do here is to push the pause button, make sure that the system is working, and that an innocent man is not put to death by the state. That's it. That's our goal. And I think we're well on our way to achieving that goal now.
The committee does not have any authority to alter the death sentence, but Leach and others feel the shaken baby syndrome has been discredited and that the courts need to take another look at the evidence. The search for Suzanne Simpson continues within the city limits of Almas Park. Mayor Eric Harrison says the police department has enlisted the Austin-based nonprofit Texas Search and Rescue to assist. Their search will focus on the woods in and around Almas Park. Harrison says the police department is not requesting volunteers in the search effort. Simpson has been missing as of 2 weeks Sunday. Her husband, Brad Simpson, has been arrested for domestic violence and a federal weapons charge. Well, the Texas state lawmaker who authored the bill that legalized hemp is now looking to roll it back. Rex Oates has details.
State Senator Charles Perry used a hearing to lash out at the cannabis industry for finding loopholes in his law, which was meant to legalize industrial hemp. What's sold now, he says, is basically marijuana.
How we weed through this, no pun intended, is really a moot point when you have no control over the THC content.
After legalization, hemp took a nosedive. In its place are farms that are pumping out something called Delta 8, which has THC levels all over the map. Senator Perry has the backing of the lieutenant governor who wants it all banned. I'm Rex Oates, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And the stage for the World Series is set. The Dodgers will clash with the Yankees in this year's Fall Classic starting Friday in LA. The Dodgers beat the Mets 10-5 in Game 6 of the National League Championship Series to advance. It's New York's first time back on the big stage since winning it all in 2009. It is 6:06. The Spurs begin the regular season Thursday against the Mavs in Dallas. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has more in today's Spurs Report.
San Antonio's first news. We got a big 6 o'clock hour for you. Coming up at 6:20, we'll talk about the latest in the search for Almas Park mother of four, Suzanne Simpson. 6:20, White House correspondent and attorney John Decker on the campaign trail looks at who has the momentum in this presidential race as we are 15 days away from the election. Those were the days with Charlie Parker at 6:48. 6:50, your talkbacks, your worst job ever, to get a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. And coming up, Elon Musk with a daily $1 million payout to those who sign his petition in support of the First and Second Amendment. But first, your traffic and weather together.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s near 90. Tomorrow, mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And on Wednesday, sunshine, highs right around 90 degrees. It is 62 degrees in Leon Valley, 64 in Bernie, and 60 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:11.
San Antonio's first news, that's Mr. T. She's Charity. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. I'm Chris. We are live on YouTube. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. There is a live chat, and we often participate in the chat. We talk to you during the commercial breaks and more. Well, a big controversy. Is it legal or isn't the offer to voters by Elon Musk?
Which is that we're going to be awarding $1 million to randomly to people who have signed the petition.
$1 million payout daily to Elon Musk's petition, which is in support of the First and Second Amendment. But Charity, a lot of people now asking, is that legal?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he is offering this large amount of money for signing America's PAC petition, and that specifically pledges to uphold the right to free speech and the right to bear arms. I think that is probably the loophole for Elon Musk, where he won't face any lawsuits over this. However, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro wants an investigation into this promise, because apparently he's going to dole this out 16 more times until Election Day. But you have to be in one of those lucky battleground states: Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and North Carolina, in order to be eligible.
Yeah, I just, it's not a good look if it's not legal. I mean, if it is legal, it seems wrong. It really does. In my mind, it seems wrong, like you're bribing people. It's weird. It's weird. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, but it seems wrong to you. It seems very unusual to me, but I gotta believe, here it is. It's getting more attention. You have to be a registered voter to win. And if you are going to Elon Musk's petition, most of us, if not everybody, knows Elon Musk is a huge supporter of Donald J. Trump for president. I got to believe, Charity, and Elon Musk is a guy who comes up with big, novel ideas. I really believe this benefits Donald Trump in a big way.
Oh, it does, because one of the stipulations is that rally goers can only attend if they sign this petition. So we'll see what the Federal Election Commission has to say about it ultimately, whether or not it violates one of their laws. But Elon Musk, I mean, he's a smart guy, whether you like him or not. I'm sure he did his homework.
Yeah, I just wish that you would open it up to Texas as well. I'd sign it.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does kind of suck
Texans
that we can't do it down here. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not our fault.
Yeah. I wonder if you if you register in Pennsylvania or a battleground state.
Real quick.
Right, yeah, make a road trip. I don't know. We'll check that out for you. Coming up, the latest in the investigation for missing Almas Park, a mother of four, Suzanne Simpson. We'll react to that as well. Charity has all the big stories you need to know about. We'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, and weather coming right up as well. WOAI News Time, 6:15.
Sorry, we're back.
Wow.
We might have a winner already.
We
yes.
just got to talk back. That may be the worst job
It
ever.
may be.
Wow.
Unless we get the guy that, cleaned the porta potties,
But
That's a
which would you rather
crappy
clean,
job.
porta
I know,
potties or what this guy had to clean up?
I don't know, man.
Oh my God.
Both of them are pretty bad jobs. Man,
Cleaning
that's
up
bad.
porta potties would be.
That would be worse.
Yeah.
Man.
Eric, yes, mine wasn't exactly stolen. Mine was given to my boss, who loved it. But yeah, I'd love to get.
It was stolen. I was there. I saw him steal it.
Yeah, Eric. Funny. For those of you, and what is Eric's website? You went to it this morning.
Eric Bowden Photography.
Yeah. Google. Is it
I just
ericbowdenphotography.com?
Googled. Yeah.
Google Eric Bowden Photography and go to his website. And the tree in the wall pic is spectacular. And what's so cool about that, when we first saw it, Tim,
I know that
in
place,
his
yes.
neighborhood, sort of. So Tim drives by that tree in the wall all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we showed it to our boss, and he loved it. And he goes, "I got to get one." I said, "Hey, I got one in my car. We just met Eric, the other day, so I just gave him mine."
Kemper, I'm sorry that guy's stepping on your feet with his Crocs, man.
Oh God,
that's horrible. Yeah, I'm with you, Mag. I don't like Crocs at all. Don't own a pair. Never hope to own a pair.
Let's see.
That's a good one, Sika. That's not bad. That's not a worse job. That's a good job.
Kemper, what were your thoughts of the Texas fans throwing bottles onto the field?
Yeah, that was not
the
cool.
bad call, which was then overturned. So like, chill, people.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if all that stuff being thrown while they were there, while they were actually, reviewing it, had anything to do with how the outcome was.
Because I think the refs would have loved to have made it look worse. But
See, same thing happened to Travis. That happened to me this morning, Travis. It told me it was porn.
What was that? Oh, wow. So
See?
Travis, where are you trying to access it from? Are you
From work?
Are you at
He was
work?
on that Fortinet like we got.
Yeah, Eric, our iHeart servers, we try to go to portraitofaveteran.com and it says we can't let you
.org.
look at that because it may be porn.
Yeah, .org, but yeah, it said it was.
You don't have any porn portraits on that site, do you?
Yeah, because I missed those.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, he doesn't. Damn it.
Yeah, veteran portraits are a better choice than porn portraits. There's a lot of those out there.
Yeah. You just throwing it to her?
Yeah.
Oh, he said he just launched the site last night.
Wow.
Kids are old.
See, now I wonder if HR gets a little notice.
I don't know, but
Tim Merriman tried to access a porn site.
The first thing that popped up, and I went, okay, well, can't use that. Stand by, Chris.
Okay. Just ahead of headlines, traffic and weather together, and then we'll talk about the latest in the search for Almas Park mother of four, Suzanne Simpson. What stories are you following, Charity?
Early voting begins today in Texas and runs until November 1st. A Texas man whose life was saved by a subpoena will testify before a House committee today, and the search for Suzanne Clark Simpson will continue within the city limits of Almas Park. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. Wednesday, sunny, highs right around 90 degrees. 62 degrees in Monte Vista, 62 at Randolph, and 60 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 621.
San Antonio's first news. Charity has been reporting on it. The city of San Antonio, the whole area, certainly Almas Park, very concerned about this story that has been ongoing for several days. The disappearance of Almas Park mother of 4 and realtor Suzanne Simpson. Charity, as you just told us, the search, as we learned last week, ended at the landfill on the southeast side. Now law enforcement concentrating the search in the city limits of Almas Park. And obviously, we don't know everything they know, Charity, but I just find that so odd because they seemed so confident about this landfill, and because we heard about the witness saying that he saw Brad Simpson's truck leave for an hour to 2 hours late that night, that Sunday night that she disappeared. It seems to me that that truck probably disappeared to take the body somewhere.
Yeah, and police had indicated evidence had led them to that southeast side landfill. And there was some speculation that maybe GPS on Brad Simpson's truck led them there. But after at least 4 days of combing through that landfill, they could not find any trace of Suzanne Simpson. So now the focus is on the wooded areas in and around Almas Park. They have now enlisted the resources of Texas Search and Rescue, which is a Austin-based nonprofit organization. They are not asking for any local volunteers in the search for Suzanne right now, but the longer this drags on, the more it's hard to hold out hope that the body of Suzanne Simpson will be found.
And so now they have evidence that is leading them to look in the Almas Park area, but there's a lot of area in Almas Park, that wooded area in there. There's a lot to look through, and it's got to be a thankless job to do this. I mean, because you're looking for sad outcome is what you're going to find.
Mm-hmm.
And that's got to be into these people's heads when they're searching. I know that they do this all the time, but it's got to get in their heads that, hey, if I'm successful, it's bad news for the family.
So sad. And Charity, you just mentioned it. They're currently not asking for local volunteers. You know, I got mixed emotions about that, but my overriding emotion is why not? It's the more eyes, the more people you can have, feet on the ground, walking through that wooded area, searching. I think it's a good thing. Now, obviously, from a law enforcement perspective, you don't want to disrupt any evidence, and law enforcement knows better how to search than do citizens. But I just think more eyes. And there's probably some people very passionate to look for her. A lot of people knew her in the Almas Park area. So we'll continue to track that story. We will bring you the latest as developments occur. Coming up, White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. Crunch time, 15 days until the election. Who has the momentum right now? He'll tell us that and more. WOAI News Time, 625.
And we're back.
We are back.
And we're back. I got a bunch now, guys.
Beautiful. So it happened. It kicked in. And we have a leader in the clubhouse about to emerge.
Yeah, we've got 6 right now, counting Stephen from
as I told Tim, when you hear this one, you'll know that that's our leader.
Yeah, you're going to know.
But as I told Tim, the only one who could possibly eclipse this talk back that you're going to hear, if there's anyone out there who has been a fluffer on a movie set, that's a job. That could be your worst job ever.
Somewhat related.
Somewhat
related to the guy that's in the leader right now that hasn't been played yet.
I've never been a fluffer, but I was once hit on by Little Richard.
You know, that's got to be up there, man.
I had the opportunity to go home with Little Richard.
Good morning, Tommy. Hope your grandson is doing great. Still challenges ahead, man. Thoughts and prayers, Tommy.
Yeah, amen. Thoughts and prayers to Tommy and his grandson. Jacob, Travis, Tim, Kemper, Tommy, Mag, 7189, Eric. So I told Tim this. I didn't drink coffee last week. I did this outdoor meditation retreat, and you try to go through a cleanse. So I fasted, including stopping alcohol. Steve DeRocco, if you're listening, just because Rock abstains quite a bit, and caffeine. I was doing a water-only fast. I wound up going 86 hours and 57 minutes. I went from dinner Tuesday until Saturday morning fasting on water only.
I caught up for your alcohol consumption
Thank
on
you
Friday
for covering
because
me.
I hadn't had a beer or anything since that party that gave me COVID.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, and so I made up for it.
Thank you for covering me.
Plus, my mother-in-law was here, so that didn't hurt. Yeah,
I support the spirits industry with my patronage.
Yes.
But so I stopped coffee, and this happens every time. I'm drinking coffee this morning, and I'm bouncing off the walls.
I'm gonna give him a Quaalude right there during the top of the hour break.
I could use a Quaalude to mellow out. Anybody? Why did they stop? Why did they discontinue Quaalude?
That's a good question, Chris.
Yes. Bring back fentanyl's a lot worse, people.
Amen.
Bring back Quaalude.
714 roarers. Yeah. See, when I was in high school, used to go to Del Rio a lot, and we used to get the 5 milligram Valiums at the Mexican pharmacy. And we called them Mexican Quaaludes.
Mexican Quaaludes.
Because you could take 2 and drink a beer and you were fine.
Wow.
You were just fine.
Well, and this manager at the Fox Theater said, take the Quaalude with a Coke.
Yeah.
He said, because the Quaalude will mellow you out, but the Coca-Cola will give you just enough energy to do your job as an usher here at the Central Park Fox Theater.
We don't find bosses like that very much anymore.
No. It was so funny. He wore a beige every night, a beige tuxedo.
Really?
Beige tuxedo, white, fluffy, frilly, like a pirate shirt, beige bow tie. And he was a piece of work. And since I haven't revealed his identity, I think I can tell you. So Steve DeRocco has a pool party after hours. He had a pool in his backyard.
Okay.
So all of the employees from the Central Park Fox Theater go to Steve DeRocco's pool party after midnight, after our shift, and we're all drinking. And 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:30, it starts breaking up. So we all leave, and it's Steve DeRocco and this manager in the pool. And this manager in the pool with Steve admits to Steve, you're
a good-looking guy.
You're a good-looking guy. This is the way I swing. And he wanted to. I hope Steve rebuffed him and threatened to kick his ass. So Steve was a true.
At least that's his story, and he's sticking to
Texan.
it. Yeah.
But he said, and apparently he said to Steve, he goes, "Oh, this doesn't reflect on you." He said, I would be the giver, you would be the receiver."
Here's Charity.
Rock said, "Get out right now or I'll kick your ass."
6:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Texas voters can have their say beginning today, and a Houston helicopter crash leaves 4 dead. We'll have details first, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high in the mid 80s. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 60 degrees. People in Texas can start voting today in the presidential election. Stephen Pickering has a story.
Early voting in Texas starts today. The top races on the ballot are president and senator. but congressional seats are also on the ballot, along with candidates for state representative and some state Senate positions. Some counties have elections for county commissioner or other local offices, and several cities and school districts have propositions on the ballot. Early voting runs through November 1st, and Election Day is November 5th.
And Secretary of State Jane Nelson says more than 18,600,000 Texans have registered to cast their ballots. It's 1 million more than in November of 2022. The polls opened at 8 o'clock this morning. Speaking to reporters through a McDonald's drive-through window in Pennsylvania, former President Trump said that his temporary shift at the restaurant still lasted longer than Vice President Kamala Harris's alleged McDonald's career.
Now I have worked at McDonald's. I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here. I've now worked 15 minutes more than Kamala. So worked at McDonald's. I'm going to say because she's lying, Kamala. That's why. Why would she lie? She shouldn't lie about it.
Harris says she worked at the fast food chain while earning her college degree at Howard University. Meantime, Harris delivered remarks at the New Birth Church in Stonecrest, Georgia, asking a question to voters of faith.
What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
The vice president has sharpened her attacks on the former president recently, calling him increasingly unstable and unhinged. Elon Musk's election promise of $1 million giveaway every day is drawing scrutiny. Here's Fox's Sue Guzman.
This weekend, Elon Musk announced he'll give $1 million a day until Election Day to someone who signs his America PAC petition. By signing, the person pledges support for the First and Second Amendments, freedom of speech, and the right to bear arms. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro telling NBC's Meet the Press that it may be illegal.
When you start flowing this kind of money into politics, I think it raises serious questions that folks may want to take a look at.
Some legal experts have suggested Musk is not violating any law since the money is being awarded for simply signing a petition, not in exchange for a vote. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Georgia authorities are still working to identify the cause of the ferry dock collapse that killed at least 7 people. State authorities say the deadly incident on Sapelo Island also injured about 6 people. Witnesses say a gangway at the dock collapsed Saturday afternoon, sending dozens of people plunging into the water. Multiple victims are taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. More condemnation amid allegations of North Korean troops being sent to fight for Russia. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
South Korea's demanded North Korea withdraw troops from Russia, with suspicions growing they're headed to Ukraine. Seoul's spy agency says 1,500 North Korean special operation forces have been deployed, but a South Korean newspaper reports the final figure could be closer to 12,000. Foreign Minister Kim Hong-kyun warns the troop deployment poses a grave security threat to South Korea and the international community. North Korea and Russia have deepened military cooperation, the US accusing Kim Jong-un's regime of supplying Russia with ammunition. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
4 people were killed after a helicopter crashed into a radio tower in Houston last night. Here's Houston Mayor John Whitmire.
Let me just emphasize that the scene is secure, multiple fatalities. Apparently there's a child, and it's a horrible thing to witness.
Nobody on the ground was injured. The FAA, NTSB, and Texas DPS is investigating the crash. Robert Roberson will be before the Texas House Committee on Jurisprudence today. Roberson was to have been executed last Thursday for the capital murder of his daughter in 2002, but the Texas Supreme Court granted a stay because the committee had issued a subpoena for Roberson to appear. Committee Chairman Jeff Leach says the committee is concerned Roberson was convicted based on the shaken baby syndrome, something he says has been discredited.
All eyes in Texas and really nationally are going to be on this case. There's a lot of folks who are not aware of the facts, and there's a lot of misinformation that's being thrown around.
The committee meets at noon. It does not have the power to alter the death sentence, but Leach feels it is buying time to let further evidence be presented to the courts. It was 10 months ago that the U.S. set a record for illegal immigration at the southern border, and experts say the numbers have since plummeted, and it's all because Mexico is cracking down on large groups that are moving north.
Cracking down really hard on people traveling on the train, and so that meant that not as many people were getting to southern Texas.
Aaron Reichland Melnick with the American Immigration Council says the only sector that's seeing a rise is in Del Rio. The rest of the southern border is running at the numbers seen in 2020 when Trump was president. Well, the only thing uglier than the 30-15 beatdown the Texas Longhorns got from Georgia was fans throwing trash on the field during a controversial call in the third quarter. Now that's costing Texas a fine and some fans their seats.
The call was over a Texas interception and return that was initially called back for a pass interference penalty. Stadium replays showed no such interference, and fans began booing, jeering, and then throwing cups and bottles onto the playing field, halting the game. Texas coach Steve Sarkisian pleaded frantically with fans to stop while officials conferred and decided to reverse themselves. It led to a Texas touchdown, but not enough for a win. The SEC commissioner was in attendance and not impressed. The conference fined Texas $250,000 and ordered them to fine those fans using recorded video and ban them from all athletic events until fall 2025. Texas apologized and said such behavior is not tolerated. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, to check of your money and the world of business, Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Scott. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news coming up at 6:48. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days. But a big part of our election coverage is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. He joins us now. John, just 15 days until this election. Which presidential candidate has the momentum with 15 days to go?
Well, it's a great question that you've asked. And to me, it seems over the course of the past few weeks, it's Donald Trump that is closing the gap with Kamala Harris in those states in which polls show that he was trailing Kamala Harris, to the point where in some of those battleground states, he's even with the vice president or maybe slightly ahead. What you want to be doing in any campaign, whether it's a campaign for city council or mayor or governor or president, is to essentially do what Donald Trump appears to be doing. That is peaking towards the end of the campaign. You may recall after that first presidential debate, it was Kamala Harris who had a lot of momentum. I think it's Donald Trump that has momentum with just, as you point out, 15 days to go until Election Day.
And John, as you know, over the weekend, Trump donned a McDonald's apron and an apparent jab at his opponent. He also raised some eyebrows with comments he made about golfing legend Arnold Palmer at a Pennsylvania rally. And, there are those that are saying Trump is acting more erratic and is this final stretch of the campaign. But is this just Trump doing what he does best, generate headlines?
Well, he likes to generate headlines. I don't think that his comments in regards to Arnold Palmer, one of the greatest golfers of all time, were appreciated by the surviving family of Arnold Palmer. I mean, if you're going to talk about Arnold Palmer, talk about what a phenomenal golfer he was, what a great person he was, and to me, I don't see how that helps you out in terms of reaching out to those undecided voters representing about 4% of the electorate. That's not the type of thing that's helpful to his campaign. Anytime you're not talking about jobs, inflation, the economy, those are the top issues for most voters out there.
And John, over the weekend, Elon Musk at a rally in Pennsylvania also offered $1 million prize per day if you sign a petition about the First and Second Amendment. You had to be a registered voter to sign this. How legal is this?
Well, I know that there are some people out there saying that it skirts the law. To me, the law that we're talking about here is one that prohibits paying people to register to vote. If you're already registered and you're just paying them to sign a petition, that does not contravene the law. So to me, if an individual gets $1 million, take the money and run from Mr. Musk, who's worth $247 billion with a B, $1 billion. I mean, certainly he can afford to, spend the kind of money that he is spending. To me, it's more money well spent for Elon Musk to focus on getting out the vote. If you use that $1 million aimed at getting out Donald Trump's base, I think that could be money better well spent than the way he's spending it right now.
And John, certainly Elon Musk, a big surrogate for Donald Trump, appearing at rallies and making that offer. I've seen a lot more of Barack Obama, not only on social media, but at events speaking out for Kamala Harris. I understand Michelle Obama is going to get more involved in these final 15 days. How much do these non-candidates but high-profile supporters help move the needle?
Well, I think I can only speak to Barack Obama because we've seen him move the needle. Certainly helped Joe Biden in his run for the presidency 4 years ago, helped in key places where he needed some help, in Philadelphia, in Atlanta, in Charlotte, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, urban areas, and areas in which Barack Obama is still the most popular Democrat out there. I can speak about Barack Obama just simply based upon his past track record. I don't know about Elon Musk. We'll see if, the fact that he's out there and sometimes attending campaign rallies with Donald Trump, whether that's helpful in terms of reaching out and energizing Donald Trump's base beyond the energy that it already has, or reaching out to those undecided voters that will decide this election.
He's the best in the business and a big part of our Election Central coverage. White House correspondent John Decker coming up. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days, WOAI News Time 646.
This is a pretty good one, actually.
Yeah, Kemper. I think
Kemper's
about
is good.
the story I told about the pool, and then the guy giving me a Quaalude every
We can see
shift.
where he was. Yeah.
And again, though, it was a different time, and I was raised, and most of us were raised back then to the guy's my boss. You do what your boss tells you. It's like, military family, he's your
It's a
commanding
felony
officer.
in the making, Chris.
Say what?
She said that's a felony in the making,
Yeah,
Chris.
there were multiple felonies. Very, very funny.
Hold on, I got to sign a petition. All right, RK.
Yeah, RK, unfortunately, as you know, they're not offering the petition in Texas, only in swing states. That's Elon Musk should, and I realize it's brilliant and it's targeted
Good morning,
to deliver
Connie.
those swing states. Good morning, Connie. What is up?
You're uncoffeed. You need to work on that, RK.
Man, RK, I was uncoffeed for a week. This is my first day back, and I am bouncing off the walls. I am like a ferret on a double espresso. Yeah, so we're lucky, given that, Kemper. We're lucky we didn't have bosses that requested even more outrageous things from us.
Yeah.
Jim and things. Welcome in.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody in here. Thanks for
Good
hanging
morning,
out.
everybody.
Hey, everybody. I'm Sonny Melendrez from Magic 105.3. 23 people in here right now. Good morning. I always say this because we get new people. Those of you who have been here for
Talkback idea. Craziest, eekiest propositions.
There you go. Hey, man, I got one there. Wait till you hear one of these talkbacks coming right up.
Oh, yeah. You're gonna go, what?
I say this a lot. So new people, welcome in. If we see your name, we say hello. If you chat, you don't have to chat, but if you do, we appreciate it. I like Tom Brady as an analyst.
You know what? He's
a lot of
doing
people
great,
like
man.
dogging him.
Because they hate Tommy.
Yeah, and
That's
you're
it.
getting an opinion from the greatest quarterback ever.
Ever.
Don't let your hatred. You're exactly right. It's because they hate him. Don't you want to hear his opinion throughout games?
No, actually, it was a proposition.
It was a proposition.
Jim and things.
And Rock was I'll show you. He was a very
Still is.
Well, he still is. But
Yeah.
I mean, very muscular. I mean, that's why we called him the Rock.
Yeah.
He's a weightlifter, bodybuilder. He's. I can see why this manager wanted to explore him further.
Yep.
But very illegal and very wrong for a 30-year-old man. And I think Rock was, I started there at 16, Rock was 17. So Rock was a year older than I was. And we stayed about a year. So Rock was either 17 or 18.
All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
Early voting in Texas begins today as former President Trump campaigns in North Carolina and VP Kamala Harris will be in Pennsylvania. A man who was scheduled for execution last Thursday will now be testifying before a Texas House committee today. In addition to a tough loss, UT is going to have to fork over $250,000 after fans threw trash on the field during the game with Georgia. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, sunny, highs 90. 58 degrees in Kerrville, Texas, 62 in Von Ormy, and 61 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:53.
San Antonio's first news. I spent the weekend in Von Ormy and really enjoyed myself. Nice town. All right. We've been asking you this morning, and it's our talkback question. And by the way, we're going to pick our favorite and give a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios, which you can use Thursday at ApelkaCon, a meet and greet with Mike Apelka, 2 to 4 p.m., La Hacienda on Redland Road. Donald Trump worked at a McDonald's over the weekend. He worked the drive-thru. He mocked Kamala Harris while doing it, said she never really worked at a McDonald's like she claimed. So Mr. T has the question this morning. What was your worst job ever? And no reflection on McDonald's here by asking the question.
Yeah.
But what was your worst job ever? We're going to listen in. And Charity, how do people tell us that?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red talkback circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to sound off.
And we'll start with Kemper.
Morning. I guess my first summer job as a 15-year-old was the worst and the best. I watched 2 children 10 hours a day. It was before autism was really understood and the little one was severely autistic. I watched the pets, the kids, did the cooking, and cleaned their house for $100 a week. But I was happy to go to the movies every weekend. Have a great day, you guys.
That is a good and bad job, I guess, right?
It's hard work.
Yeah, it is.
We love Kemper. Kemper's in our chat right now on YouTube, by the way, if you would like to say hello to her.
Yes. And here is Joaquin.
Hey, guys. Good morning. It's Joaquin, your local Uber driver. Let's get it done this week, Monday morning. Anyways, I do have one job that I don't know can be top, but I remember going as a young boy to work the fields with my mom. I believe I was 7 or 8. Talk about back-breaking work. Oh, my God. I don't think it was legal. Anyways, that's one of the worst jobs I've ever had to do. Let's get this week done. Get it done, guys. Go Chiefs. Woo!
Wow.
Chiefs. Chiefs still undefeated. Work in the fields with mom. 2 things. Oh, my God. He was 7. Secondly, God love your mom for what must have been just hard work.
It is. All right. Here is this one is going to be hard to beat.
I used to work when I was 17 at the Westheimer newsstand. They sold newspapers and magazines, but in the back, they had little booths where adult men could go in and watch a certain kind of movie. So you can guess at the end of my shift what I had to clean up.
Oh!
I only worked there for a week.
Oh.
That is one long week.
Oh! No. Okay.
That's going to be hard to beat.
Tough to beat for a worse job.
It is. All right, let's check in with Tuesday on a Monday.
Good morning, WOAI First Morning News crew. This is Tuesday, and I would say worst job I ever had was sanding the drywall. That was terrible. I only did it for about 3 months. That's all I got. I'll see you Thursday.
Oh,
by
cool.
the way.
That's cool.
Tuesday's coming to ApelkaCon. That's breaking news.
Yeah,
sanding drywall.
That's tough, man. That's a hard job.
Yeah. And as a young woman, or could have even been a girl if she was a teenager. Wow.
Yeah, that would have been pretty bad. All right, check in with the Tab Master.
Good morning, WI crew. Tab Master here. Well, ironically enough, my first job was McDonald's, but it was only my second worst. Worst job I ever had was a place that made shutters. And all you would do was sit at a table and measure, mark, staple. Measure, mark, staple. Too monotonous, and man, it was hard to deal with. So that job lasted all but 1 day for me. Couldn't take it. Y'all have a great Monday.
Now, to his credit, if you got a crappy job, quit.
Yeah.
Move on. Find another one, which he did after 1 day. So that's good. You didn't stay there 6 months or a year.
Yeah, exactly. All right, here is another good one that's going to be hard to beat.
Hey everyone, it's Kevin from San Antonio. So I really don't have a worst job ever, but I do have a worst job experience. Back in 2015, my unit got selected to go to NTC to play as Op4. During one of the iterations, my company got stuck up in the mountains for about 36 hours battling a battalion-sized element We went black on water, black on food. We had nothing. We were miserable. It was awful, but we ended up winning. So in the end, it was worth it. Plus, looking back at it, it was a lot of fun, and we built a lot of bonds.
My goodness.
That's tough, isn't it?
That is tough.
That is tough.
But how cool to hear Kevin reflecting on it, going, you know what? In retrospect, that was a positive experience.
It's hard to do.
It is hard to do. All right, we got one. Let's see. Hang on one second here. Got to find him again. All right, here's Stephen from Lytle's got a pretty cool story before we hit the break.
Hey guys, this is Stephen from Lytle again. I had an experience this weekend I had to tell you about. When we were cleaning up from the marching band contest in Hondo, one of the band parents came up to me and said, "I love listening to your dad jokes on the radio." I started laughing, and she said, "Yeah, I'm usually getting up about 4:30 and start working out. And when I hear you on the radio, I know it's time to get dressed." I thought, when I hear you on the radio, I thought, now, wait a minute. Who in your business office do I need to get a hold of to get this going? Y'all have a good day.
Well, Stephen from Lytle, now a celebrity from his jokes on this show. I'm telling you, Charity, we need LOL Comedy Club to sponsor Stephen's talkbacks every morning.
They're knee slappers. I mean, every time he finds one relevant to whatever we're discussing for the day. So it's amazing what he's able to come up with. I don't know if he's Googling these jokes or he just has a book or he comes up with them on his own. I don't know.
I'm going to go with yes.
Whatever he's doing is working. we love what he does. Keep them coming. We want to hear your worst job ever. Somebody's going to win a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios, which we hope you will use Thursday and meet Tuesday and others at La Hacienda de los Barrios at OpelkaCon. All right, coming up at 7:10. Wait till you hear this. We will listen more to Elon Musk and his $1 million payouts to those, raffle for those who are signing his petition. Right now, Charity McCurdy with all the big stories you need to know about on this Monday morning, because WOAI News Time is 7 o'clock.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, early voting begins today in Texas, and a Texas death row inmate is set to testify before a House committee today. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 85, tonight's low 65, right now 60 degrees. Early voting begins today in Texas, and it comes at a time when political tensions are at an all-time high. Bexar County Elections Coordinator Jackie Callanan says they've been preparing their judges to handle any disputes that could pop up.
We do extensive training with them, desensitizing people, sort of de-escalating.
And Texas is still under voter ID laws, meaning you must have a physical card. The polls open at 8 o'clock this morning. Former President Trump donned an apron and served up food at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania yesterday. Fox's Jill Nato has more.
Former President Trump took on a new role as he served French fries to customers at McDonald's in Pennsylvania while dishing out jabs at Vice President Kamala Harris. Thousands of Trump supporters surrounded the McDonald's north of Philly as Trump accused Harris of lying about working at the fast food restaurant.
I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here.
The vice president says she worked at McDonald's while going to college. Her running mate Tim Walz posted on X saying the former president spent decades stiffing workers' pay, cut overtime benefits for millions of people, and opposed any effort to raise the minimum wage. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris is hoping to swing black religious voters in a battleground state, delivering remarks at the New Birth Church in Stonecrest, Georgia. Harris says voters of faith should be uplifting and not divisive.
We should never let anyone take our power from us or in any way try to convince us we are powerless.
Harris has sharpened her attacks on Trump recently, calling him increasingly unstable and unhinged. A dock collapse killed 7 people and injured more during a cultural celebration in Georgia. Here's Fox's Jonathan Siri.
The cause of this accident remains a mystery. There was no obvious collision. It happened on coastal Georgia's Sapelo Island, which is only accessible by boat. People had traveled there for that cultural festival celebrating the Gullah Geechee community, descendants of African slaves who have maintained many unique traditions. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources says a gangway on a ferry boat dock collapsed Saturday afternoon, sending at least 20 people into the water.
And all of the victims were 70 and older. Well, several people are dead after a helicopter crashed into a radio tower last night in Houston. The private helicopter had taken off from Ellington Field shortly before the crash. Houston Mayor John Whitmire notes that the crash could have been a lot worse.
We are fortunate that it wasn't worse in terms of there's a butane tank, gas tank near the crash scene.
There were no injuries on the ground, but everybody on board the helicopter, 4 people, including a child, were killed. The FAA and other agencies are investigating. Condemned inmate Robert Roberson is scheduled to appear before the Texas House Committee on Jurisprudence in Austin today. The court stepped in to stop last Thursday's execution after the committee issued a subpoena. Committee Chairman Jeff Leach of McKinney says they have questions about the shaken baby syndrome that was used to convict Roberson.
All we're trying to do here is to push the pause button, make sure that the system is working and that an innocent man is not put to death by the state. That's it. That's our goal. And I think we're well on our way to achieving that goal now.
The committee does not have any authority to alter the death sentence, but Leach and others feel the shaken baby syndrome has been discredited and that the courts need to take another look at the evidence. And the search for a missing San Antonio area mother of 4 continues. Eric Lycum has the latest.
It's a story that's gripped San Antonio for 2 weeks now. Realtor and mom Suzanne Simpson has been missing, and the search is now concentrated in woods around the city of Olmos Park, where the family home is located. Last week, investigators combed through a southeast Bexar County landfill for several days. Her husband, Brad Simpson, is jailed in Bexar County on a $2 million bond for domestic violence charges while facing federal weapons charges for possessing an unlawful short-barreled rifle. He remains uncooperative with authorities. Austin-based Texas Search and Rescue has been called in by Olmos Park officials to assist police in the search and recovery effort. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the stage for the World Series is set. The Dodgers will clash with the Yankees in this year's Fall Classic starting Friday in LA. It's New York's first time back on the big stage since winning it all in 2009. It is 7:06. The Spurs begin the regular season on Thursday against the Mavs in Dallas. The voice of the Spurs, Bill Schoening, has more in today's Spurs Insider, brought to you by SWBC. Thanks, Bill. Today's Spurs Insider brought to you by SWBC. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. It is a big 7 o'clock hour. Coming up at 7:20, just 3 days out from OpelkaCon. That'll be on Thursday. Mike Opelka joins us from the Pure Opelka podcast, 7:40. Rory O'Neill on Elon Musk's giveaway of $1 million a day to voters in battleground states. Coming up at 7:50, speaking of OpelkaCon, more of your talkbacks, your worst job ever. Winners getting a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios, which we encourage you to use Thursday at OpelkaCon. And coming right up at 7:10 on a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This, we'll hear from Elon Musk on his $1 million payout per day to voters in battleground states. First, your traffic and weather together.
Cloudy this morning, sunny this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, a mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, sunshine, highs right around 90 degrees. It is 62 degrees at the Snake Farm, 60 in Floresville, and 60 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:11.
San Antonio's first news, that's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Our thanks to Charlie Parker. For those were the days. He'll be in studio tomorrow at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Every morning at this time, every weekday morning at this time, we span the globe to bring you the constant variety of audio in a segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. And we go to the point on the globe known as Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where over the weekend, Elon Musk talked about a $1 million payout per day to voters in battleground states.
So I have a surprise for you. Which is that we're going to be awarding $1 million to randomly to people who have signed the petition every day from now until the election. So, one of the challenges we're having is like, well, how do we get people to know about this petition? That won't report on it. Not everyone's on X. So I figure, how do we get people to know about it? Well, this news, I think, is going to really fly. So every day between now and the election, we'll be awarding $1 million starting tonight.
Elon Musk speaking in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, about his super PAC randomly giving out $1 million a day to swing state voters. We talked about this, Charity. Elon Musk is known for coming up with big ideas, and they work much of the time. I think this is a brilliant idea. It's getting a lot of attention, but is it legal?
Yeah, Pennsylvania's Governor Josh Shapiro wants that looked into, wants it investigated. Some are saying it is a violation of federal election commission laws. But he's asking the rally goers to sign a petition, and I don't see what's illegal about that. Again, I think whether or not you like Elon Musk, I'm sure he's done his homework prior to making this announcement. But apparently 16 more times to dole out $1 million at random until Election Day.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Look, I'm just upset that it's not happening down here in Texas because I would sign it. Yeah. I'm okay about the First and Second Amendment. I'm all right with them.
Yeah. I wish Texans had the opportunity. You add all this up, though. We talked to White House correspondent John Decker in the last half hour. The Trump campaign is gaining momentum. They seem to be making all the right moves. This Musk offer, the McDonald's photo op, his rallies, it seems the momentum and the narrative is being driven right now by Donald Trump with 15 days to go before this election. We'll see if that shifts in the next 15 days. Coming up, Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He'll be in San Antonio on Thursday for OpelkaCon. We'll talk about that. His take coming up on the morning's big stories Charity will catch us up on headlines. We'll bring you traffic and weather coming right up as well. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
We're back.
Johnny Chingus, welcome in. RK, Travis, Eric, Jim and Things, Trevin, Tracy Bogert. Welcome in, everybody. 29 of you in here at the moment. We say good morning to all of you. When we see your name in the chat, we say hello as well. Directly, as we should. Day one of early voting. Vote early and often. Eric says, Mr. T.
Okay.
Yeah, try that again. I wonder why the hell that happened.
Portrait of a veteran.
Of aveteran.org.
Nope.
So what does it say to you when you try?
Oh, no. Now I know why. Hang on. Oh, duh.
Yeah, I pulled up on but I'm using my laptop, but I'm using our Wi-Fi.
Portrait of a veteran.com. It says it can't be reached. Doesn't tell me it's pornography like it used
Mine
to.
went right there. You sure you got a portrait of a veteran.org?
P-O-T-R-A-I-T.
P-O-R-T.
P-O-R-T. Oh,
P-O-R-T-R-A-I-T.
Well, it's not a portrait?
No.
Why not portrait?
There
yes!
it is.
Yay!
He's in.
It works.
It's fixed, Eric.
What'd you do?
Thank goodness.
Took all the porn off?
Yeah, you got to get that porn off the site, Eric.
All right, so it is working. Okay, good.
Prestige Motorsports. He's got a remote.
What's that?
Nico, Prestige Motorsports. You can be part of a live audience.
There you go. And bye.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then it will be Mr. Mike Opelka. We'll get his thoughts on the morning's big stories 15 days ahead of the election and 3 days ahead of OpelkaCon at La Hacienda de los Barrios. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
Early voting begins today in Texas. The polls open at 8 a.m. and a move aimed at trolling VP Kamala Harris. Former President Trump worked a McDonald's drive-thru in Pennsylvania, and Texas death row inmate Robert Roberson will testify today before state lawmakers who saved his life with a subpoena. We'll have details right now, traffic and weather.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, sunny, hot, highs right around 90 degrees. 62 degrees at Fort Sam Houston, 62 at Trinity University, and 60 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:20.
San Antonio's first news, Trinity University, the alma mater of one Mike Opelka of the Pure Opelka podcast. He is coming to San Antonio. You can meet him. It is a free event, 2 p.m. this Thursday at La Hacienda de los Barrios. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Mike, did you ever work at a McDonald's? And what do you think about President Trump doing a shift at McDonald's over the weekend?
I never worked at a Mickey D's. I worked at golf courses carrying bags. I worked at other restaurant type setups, but never Mickey D's. And I thought this was maybe the coolest political stunt ever. You know, let's face it, Trump's not getting a paycheck for what he did yesterday, but he might get a few more votes for what he did. It truly was such a brilliant idea because who remembered it was Kamala's birthday? Nobody.
And even Snopes, Mike, has not able to verify whether or not Kamala Harris worked at Mickey D's like she claims.
Yeah, that's the most amazing thing about this charity, that the very liberal fact checkers, using air quotes with my fingers, at Snopes.com said that they can't really find any verification on this. And so many people have asked Kamala, and she's dodged it, and she only said, well, I did the fries and I also did the cashier. And those both could mean different things if you think about it. Just saying. But no proof that she ever got a paycheck from McDonald's.
All right, Mike, so we're giving away a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios for the worst job ever. So what was your worst job ever?
Oh, I had a job slamming medical machinery into a wall for 8 hours a day. And then they said, well, we're going to check it. And I said, why are we needing to check it? And they said, well, you know, just in case there's any radiation leaks from the stuff. Like, why were you telling me this now after I've been doing it for a week? Yeah,
Wow.
That was a bad job.
That is amazing. And Mike, you know, we're 2 weeks from tomorrow is the election. I'm looking at the polling, all the polling data that I've looked at lately, including one on Meet the Press yesterday. Things are looking pretty good right now for Donald Trump. At least they're moving in his direction.
It feels like momentum is moving his way, Chris. And that's kind of a critical thing at this point, because if you have momentum, you have all of the great benefits of momentum. It's hard to stop that train, and Harris is going to have some kind of miracle, which I don't know if she has it. But Donald Trump doing the rallies in California, and then the one that he says is sold out at Madison Square Garden, indicates to you that he feels comfortable in all of the swing states. Then he can go and campaign in states that no Republican has won in our lifetimes. So this is a really big sign that the Trump campaign's internal polling is feeling it. And I dare say some of the frowny faces on the left-wing mainstream media feel like their internal polling seeing it going Donald Trump's way.
And the singer Lizzo, Mike, was stumping for Kamala Harris. And unfortunately for the Harris campaign, it looks like she delivered a line that will be used in a future Trump campaign ad.
Oh, Charity, you're so wrong. It's already an ad.
Oh, it is. Okay, I missed it.
Lizzo, who, you know, I kind of have a lot of respect for Lizzo. She's really a smart lady. She's got a great audience, and she speaks very clearly. But when you come out on the stage and you say, you know, if Kamala Harris wins, America's going to be just like Detroit. Most of America's going, pardon me, hold on just a second. I really don't want to go that direction, please. So, yeah, it's already an ad. The Trump people turned that around immediately. Nice try, but that's a big fail.
So Elon Musk is giving away $1 million a day if you sign a petition in these swing states. Now, we've been wondering whether this is legal or not, and Mark Cuban seems to think that it is legal.
And that's a real interesting indicator. When Musk started doing this, you know, win Musk's millions. He's doing $1 million a day if you sign up on his petition. And the left went, hold on a second. This guy's giving away $1 million a day to random strangers. And I'm thinking, didn't Mark Zuckerberg give $400 million to swing the last election? But yeah, Cuban raised his arm, and then he said, on the face of it, it looks legal, but they're all going to try and investigate to find something wrong with it. I would wager that Elon Musk may have put some very highly paid attorneys on this ahead of schedule.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, Mike, Kamala Harris's interview on 60 Minutes has drawn a lot of controversy, apparent editing by CBS on that interview. And apparently 60 Minutes now admitting to editing that video.
Yeah, it only took him 14 days to stand up and go, well, yeah, you caught us. We did it. No, we didn't do it for any nefarious reasons. No kidding. If there's nothing nefarious about the edits, if you only did it for time, give us the transcript, the complete transcript of everything that's on your raw videos. They won't, which tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, I'd like a transcript and just air all the video that you shot that day and let us go watch that on YouTube.
Do you want fries with that?
Yeah, that's
I
great.
do. Supersize me.
Beautiful. We are 3 days away, everybody. Circle your calendars. Thursday, you can meet that man, Mike Opelka, at La Hacienda de los Barrios, 2 to 4 p.m. It is OpelkaCon. It is a free event. Lots going to be going on out there. It's going to be a lot of fun. We all hope to see you there. Mike is brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. Charity McCurdy coming up with everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour, all the morning's big stories. Then we'll dive more into the Elon Musk story, giving $1 million a day to voters in battleground states. National correspondent Rory O'Neill will have all the information on that. WOAI News Time 726.
And we're back.
Woohoo! They say he's entertaining and educational. And you're going to meet him on Thursday. Johnny Chinga, 61 minutes. That's funny.
Yeah.
Trevin, there's like 100 things we could ask Mike Opelka. We've got 5 minutes. We choose what is, in our opinion, the most important topics of the day. Had we had 10 minutes, maybe we would have gotten to the Arnold Palmer story. Charity brought it up earlier in the show. So, we have a list of the biggest things that happened over the weekend. And that wasn't in the top 5, apparently, in our opinion. But we talked about it earlier, and Charity brought it up. So we talk about as many things as we can talk about in the morning. Yeah, I am not down. I love the Longhorns. I love their fans, but the idiots who threw the bottles and debris onto the field in the game against Georgia, video should be found of all of them, and they should be banned for a year for attending any Texas event.
Oh, my God.
What do you got?
This is going to be really good one.
Is it a fluffer?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Even worse, I think.
Worse than a fluffer?
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on.
The worst job ever. The worst job ever.
This is a pretty bad one, man.
Wow.
Oh, it's a bad one. Daniel from San Antonio might be in the running. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, Connie, I assumed that we went from 60 to 61 minutes. Totally agree, Kemper. And again, and what that does, it reflects badly on the University of Texas. It's
Amen.
Like, whenever the Spurs win a title, and every time, 5 times, the city has behaved well, did not riot, did not trash things like other cities do. I'm able to say, those are Spurs fans. That's the city of San Antonio.
Yep.
Now, you can point to the Longhorns, and you can say, and again, it was just a few people in that section, but it
there was a lot of people.
It looks like crap.
Yeah, it was horrible.
And I think all Longhorns should support. It's like adios, and not forever, 1 year. And if you're a student, and here it is, they may still win the national championship, and
But
you know
you
what?
can't go.
You can't go.
Yep.
You can't come. You are banned. Need to do that.
Send a message.
If we
Send
have
a message. Get that message
if
out
we have
there.
a segment later, we should do that.
We do.
We'll see. Hey, that is so cool. And
Wow, very nice.
I'm Forest Haven.
Solvarian Forest Haven.
Solvarian Forest Haven. Thank you for listening in Lubbock. We appreciate it. And welcome in. Doesn't that look like Brad Simpson?
Yeah, it does. What's a Lubbock?
Texas Tech.
I know. We used to run a promo.
Alma mater of Tangi Patton.
Yes,
She
we
went
used to
Texas
run a
Tech.
promo that said, "What's a Lubbock?"
And what
on
was
the ticket.
What was
When we used to
promo?
carry
What
the
was that?
Texas Tech football games.
Yeah.
It was Wally. What's a Lubbock?
Okay.
That's all you need to know.
Okay.
That's all you need to know is Wally.
Yeah.
It was a bad call, Trevin. You are correct. Here comes Charity.
.31 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Texas voters can have their say beginning today, and a Houston helicopter crash leaves 4 dead. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 85. Tonight's low 65. Right now 60 degrees. Well, Texans can start voting today in the presidential election. Stephen Pickering has more.
Early voting in Texas starts today. The top races on the ballot are president and senator, but congressional seats are also on the ballot, along with candidates for state representative and some state senate positions. Some counties have elections for county commissioner or other local offices, and several cities and school districts have propositions on the ballot. Early voting runs through November 1st, and Election Day is November 5th.
And the polls open at 8 o'clock this morning. Speaking to reporters from McDonald's drive-thru window in Pennsylvania, former President Trump said that his temporary shift at the restaurant still lasted longer than Vice President Kamala Harris's alleged McDonald's career.
Now I have worked at McDonald's. I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here. I've now worked 15 minutes more than Kamala. So worked at McDonald's. I'm going to say because she's lying, Kamala. That's why. Why would she lie? She shouldn't lie about it.
Harris says she worked at the fast food chain while earning her college degree at Howard University. Meantime, the vice president delivered remarks at the New Birth Church in Stonecrest, Georgia, asking a question to voters of faith.
What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
Harris has sharpened her attacks against Trump recently, calling him increasingly unstable and unhinged. Elon Musk's election promise of $1 million giveaway every day is drawing scrutiny. Here's Fox's Sid Guzman.
This weekend, Elon Musk announced he'll give $1 million a day until Election Day to someone who signs his America PAC petition. By signing, the person pledges support for the First and Second Amendments, freedom of speech, and the right to bear arms. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro telling NBC's Meet the Press said it may be illegal.
When you start flowing this kind of money into politics, I think it raises serious questions that folks may want to take a look at.
Some legal experts have suggested Musk is not violating any law since the money is being awarded for simply signing a petition, not in exchange for a vote. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Georgia authorities are still working to identify the cause of the ferry dock collapse that killed at least 7 people. State authorities say the deadly incident at Sapelo Island also injured about 6 others. Witnesses say a gangway at the dock collapsed Saturday afternoon, sending dozens of people plunging into the water. Multiple victims are taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. The U.S. is investigating an intel leak about Israel's plan for a retaliatory attack on Iran following their ballistic missile attack on Israel nearly 3 weeks ago. Fox's Matt Finn has the latest.
For weeks now, the world has been waiting to see how Israel will respond to the Iranian missile strike here on October 1st. But now the U.S. is investigating that potentially damaging leak that might indicate how Israel may respond attacking Iran. The reports that were leaked describe in detail the types of aircraft and weapons the Israeli military is possibly preparing to use in the strike against Iran. The report contains images generated by American intelligence. The documents were leaked by a pro-Iran site, Middle East Spectator.
And the Justice Department says the leak raises the concern of even more sensitive information being released. All 4 people were killed after a helicopter crashed into a radio tower in Houston last night. Here's Houston Mayor John Whitmire.
Let me just emphasize that the scene is secure, multiple fatalities. Apparently there's a child, and it's a horrible thing to witness.
Nobody on the ground was injured. The FAA, NTSB, and Texas DPS are investigating. The search for Suzanne Simpson continues within the city of Almus Park. Mayor Eric Harrison says the police department has enlisted the Austin-based nonprofit Texas Search and Rescue to assist. Their search will focus on the woods in and around Almus Park. Harrison says the police department is not requesting volunteers in the search effort. Simpson has been missing as of 2 weeks Sunday. Her husband, Brad Simpson, has been arrested for domestic violence and a federal weapons charge. Well, all eyes are on the Texas Capitol as a convicted child killer makes an appearance before state lawmakers today. Michael Board has more.
Robert Robertson's life was spared thanks to a bipartisan coalition of lawmakers. Democrats joined Republicans to stop last week's execution by issuing a subpoena that ordered the convicted child killer to appear in a committee today.
Republican legislators will tell you that they have serious problems with the way that the executions are handled in the state.
Scott Braddock is with the Quorum Report. Robertson's case involves the now debunked shaken baby syndrome. Much of today's hearing will focus on the state's junk science law. It's supposed to provide justice when scientific evidence gets discredited. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 7:38. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Scott. And news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
When it was Charlie Parker.
Oh, sorry.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up at 7:50, more of your talkbacks. Donald Trump worked at a McDonald's yesterday for 15 minutes. We love McDonald's, but Mr. T asks, what was your worst job ever? And we're going to give away a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios that you can use at OpelkaCon on Thursday. But right now, let's talk about Elon Musk giving away $1 million a day to voters in battleground states. National correspondent Rory O'Neill joins us. Rory, this is a novel idea, just now 15 days out from the election.
It sure is, but is it a legal idea is the question. Musk is giving $1 million, again, as you said, to registered voters only in swing states, and only those who signed a petition put out by his America PAC, saying that you'll support the First and Second Amendments. Some election law experts say this lottery program is illegal, as federal law prohibits paying someone on the basis of being a registered voter, and that's one of the criteria. And also there are federal statutes that say you can't pay people off based on voting or not voting. So we'll see if the FEC has something to say about this today. The Musk started this program Saturday, surprising a lot of people, and so far has given out two $1 million checks through his PAC.
So in addition to this being limited to swing states, Rory, is today the deadline to sign this petition? Does this expire today?
It may not. I think it's going to depend on the state that you're in, because they are doing this in the various states. And it's states like Pennsylvania and Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona as well, and Nevada. So the places that are really been hotly contested, I think they're really focusing on, though, Pennsylvania, which is where Musk spent a lot of time this weekend, because if the Republicans and the Trump team can win Pennsylvania, it makes it that much harder for the electoral math to fall in favor of Kamala Harris.
Now, is there a limit on how much PACs can give to campaigns? And if so, how much is that limit?
Oh, I'm not exactly sure on some of those dollar amounts. You know, Musk here is using a pass-through in this case, where he's paying people $1 million through the PAC. So it's not a direct contribution from Musk himself, but instead comes via the PAC, which perhaps makes it legal. And this is a lot of money that Musk has spent already through this PAC, $75 billion committed to it so far, in a campaign that has just jaw-dropping fundraising numbers.
Our thanks to national correspondent Rory O'Neill. He's a big part of our Election Central coverage. We bring you full team coverage of the 2024 election to and through and beyond the election day. And we have a feeling we might not know the actual winner, although we might on election night. But keep it right here and we will find out. Charity, I said this earlier and I believe it. And in fact, White House correspondent John Decker earlier this morning said right now the momentum looks very clearly to be in Donald Trump's favor. I think this Elon Musk move, controversial as it is, I think the McDonald's video, Donald Trump working at the McDonald's over the weekend, I think that helps him in a big way. What I wonder, though, you know, we had the comment over the weekend where Donald Trump said Kamala Harris is a blank. You can't say it on the radio. Starts with an S, vice president. It was crass, but it was also Donald Trump. And I think people love Donald Trump for being kind of a loose cannon and saying things like that. I think more people will applaud it, his supporters certainly, than will disavow it.
Yeah, that's what generates the headlines. They like that unfiltered personality that the former president brings his supporters. But I think this is going to obviously come down to the swing states, those undecided voters, and those first-time voters. Especially with early voting starting today in Texas, the polls open in about 15 minutes. I mean, you have 1 million more registered voters than we did in 2022. So there's an energy behind this presidential election. I think people are fired up and more motivated than ever before.
And Charity mentions early voting. Mr. T and I looking at live video from precincts in San Antonio, early voting locations. The lines are already forming right now for early voting in Bexar County. Coming up, your talkbacks, your worst job ever. And you could win a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. WOAI News Time, 7:46.
We're back.
Woohoo! Woo! So you say we've got a contender coming?
Yes.
All right. Mr. T says we have a contender. All right. My current leader is the guy who had to clean out a newsstand back room men's portable
adult theater.
Adult theater.
Yeah, that's all you gotta say. Adult theater. Cleaning adult theaters.
Yeah. I went into and I guess these were common, but in Los Angeles in the 80s, just out of curiosity, and it was like that. It was a newsstand, 24 hours, news and books, but in the back, just like he describes, there were these viewing booths,
video booths
for porn.
Yeah.
And I think it was like even like 16 millimeter film.
Oh my God.
And you would put in quarters or something. And it was like, I was looking at this going, I can't, but it was like little, they were like the size of a phone booth, only with a television screen. And that was, video had happened, but it was before a lot of the VHS was out, and people would go in there, and I can't imagine.
And Travis, you're right. Alamogordo, New Mexico, you can pick us up big time. And look, at night, I used to work evenings with Charlie Parker and David Chancer, and we get calls from Iowa all the time as soon as the sun went down. It's amazing. 50,000 watts.
When I was at the Air Force Academy, I would at night on my little radio listen to Spurs games on WAI. When I was driving to San Antonio from California, when I lived there, right around at night, right around Arizona, once you get out of LA and cross that California state line, I would. And then finally, one more question. I think you mentioned Iowa. One night, I'm doing all-night hurricane coverage, and Judd Ashmore was in the vehicle going down into the hurricane, and Ashwood had me go all night. And Steve Duraco's sister, Andrea, was in Iowa, and they're just turning the radio dial, and they heard Chris Duell on. She goes, "That's Chris from Steve's friend." So
Oh no, we used to get calls a lot, man. Especially truckers, man. Truckers at night, man. They would call us all the time.
Very cool.
We used to get all kinds of calls from truckers, man, and they were all over the place. But only at night, though, because at night everybody else has to lower their power down to 5,000 watts. WAI stays at 50,000, so we call it the blowtorch for a reason. And there's 6 of them, I believe, in the country that are like that, that cover the entire country. Yeah, I used to listen to Spurs games sitting out in the driveway. Right on. So you got to throw it to her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was not a visual I needed to see, Andrew.
What's that?
He was yawning and his shirt came up to about right here. Yeah. I threw up a little in my mouth.
Tough crowd.
I know. Well, I'm pissed right now because why am I doing their freaking jobs?
The Museum of Barbecue.
Ooh, yeah. Stand by. Although I did watch Tangy.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
How was it?
Very good.
Wow.
Going to the burnt bean.
Mr. T says there's at least one really good one, or at least one that'll make you say, ooh.
Yeah, definitely.
Worst job ever. We'll hear your talkbacks coming up. First, Charity, what stories are you following?
The polls open in about 10 minutes as early voting begins today in Texas. 4 are dead, including a child, after a helicopter crashed into a Houston radio tower. And the SEC fined the Longhorns $250,000 after fans threw trash on the field during the game against Georgia. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, a mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And then on Wednesday, sunny and warm, highs right around 90 degrees. It is 58 degrees in New Braunfels, Texas, 62 in Alamo Heights, and 60 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:51.
San Antonio's first news. Donald Trump worked at a McDonald's for 15 minutes yesterday or over the weekend. And Mr. T, again, we love McDonald's, nothing against McDonald's, but it just made him think for all of us, what was your worst job ever? So we're asking you that question on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. And we're going to pick our favorite or what we consider the worst job ever.
Yeah.
And we're going to give away a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. We encourage you to use that on Thursday, OpelkaCon. Mike Opelka comes to town 2 to 4 p.m., La Hacienda de los Barrios on Redland Road. We'll all be there. We'd love to meet you. And Mike Opelka would love to meet you as well. Mr. T, what do we got?
I don't know. Let's go out to the South Side.
South Side!
Good morning, crew. This is Nick from the South Side.
South Side!
Hey, I'd have to say my worst job ever was when I was 18. I got a job doing Spanish tile roofing. Talk about a job from Hades. Anyways, I made it till lunchtime, said, hey, I got to go get something to eat. Never went back. Good day.
That's what I did when I was a ditch digger for a half a day.
That's how you know the job is bad when you leave at lunch and don't come back.
And you never get your money for like the half a day. It's like, no, just get me out of here.
Just get me out of here. All right, here's RK.
RK here. When I was 16, I worked on a scallop boat. 12 hours on, 6 hours off. And while trying to dodge the big dredges that came up from the bottom to stay alive. Anyway, the one good thing was making $600 a week.
That's good money.
Everybody have a beautiful non-shucking day.
We love RK. He's coming to OpelkaCon. You can meet him.
Yes, he is. All right, here is another one.
Good morning, WOAI crew. Big O here. Hardest job I ever had was offloading car tires off a rail car in the summer months. Had to offload them off the rail car, put them onto a pallet. I was losing 3 pounds a day in a time where I didn't need to lose weight for football. Boss man came to me and said, hey, I know this job's hard. If you quit, just come into the office and tell me, just please don't walk off. That was a character builder.
That is a good lesson.
When your boss says, if you quit, please tell me.
We know you're going to quit, so when you do it.
I could almost like smell the rubber, you know, in the heat. That had to be brutal.
Whew, very much so. All right, here's another one. This is an interesting one, to say the least.
Yeah, so I was incarcerated for 2 years, and I picked up cigarette butts on the rec yard for 2 hours every evening on Saturdays and Sundays for 12 cents an hour. So I made 48 cents a weekend. And I really thought that was the worst job. I thought I had it hands down until I heard old boy's story about the theater. So he's got my vote.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in, there was one of our talkbacks, a guy worked in a back room adult theater cleaning the place.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
Here is a very much a contender for that job. Here is Daniel.
Good morning, WI crew. This is Daniel from San Antonio. Growing up, I worked with my best friends with their father and their uncle who owned a septic company. There were times where we would go inside the septic tank and actually shovel out the solids. Full circle from that, I now work for a porta potty company. Have a great day.
Wow, Daniel.
That's a worse job, I think.
Yeah, he's got a theme going, Daniel, there. Shoveling out the solids from septic tanks.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. All right, here's another one. Brent.
This is Brent from New Braunfels. The worst and dirtiest job I've ever had was being 30 feet underground in the sewers, cleaning up the manholes from the debris and the lift stations. Not a job for everyone and not a job I want to go back to. Thank you. You have a great day.
Ooh, see, you don't think about it. Some people have to go into the sewers and do their job
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah. And here's another one that's pretty bad.
Hello, gang at WAI. The worst job I ever had was cleaning up pig poop. I was up in San Marcos, and we worked under their cages. And we wore full-blooded hazmat suits, basically, because they pooped all the time. And it was cleaning up the poop. I lasted 7 hours and said, never again, back to college, forget this. Bye.
Wow. a lot of people working in either sewers or septic tanks, and in his case, pig poop.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. All right. We don't have time for another one right now, but that's okay.
We'll do more in the next hour, and we're going to pick a winner. Somebody's getting a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios restaurant on Redland Road. It'll be the site of OpelkaCon, 2 to 4 p.m., a free event on Thursday. We hope to see you there. Charity with all the big stories you need to know about coming up right now at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 7:57.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio First News. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, early voting is underway in Texas, and a Texas death row inmate is set to testify before a House committee. We'll have the details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 85. Tonight's low 65. Get a move on. It is 61 degrees. The polls are open for early voting in Texas, and it comes at a time when political tensions are at an all-time high. Bexar County Elections Coordinator Jackie Callanan says they've been preparing their judges to handle any disputes that could pop up.
We do extensive training with them, desensitizing people, sort of de-escalating.
Texas is still under voter ID laws. You must have the physical ID with you. The polls are now open until 6 p.m. Early voting runs until November 1st. Former President Trump donned an apron and served up food at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania yesterday. Fox's Jill Nato has more.
Former President Trump took on a new role as he served French fries to customers at McDonald's in Pennsylvania while dishing out jabs at Vice President Kamala Harris. Thousands of Trump supporters surrounded the McDonald's north of Philly as Trump accused Harris of lying about working at the fast food restaurant.
I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here.
The vice president says she worked at McDonald's while going to college. Her running mate Tim Walz posted on X saying the former president spent decades stiffing workers' pay, cut overtime benefits for millions of people, and opposed any effort to raise the minimum wage. Jill Nato, Fox News.
Meantime, Vice President Kamala Harris is hoping to swing black religious voters in a battleground state, delivering remarks at the New Birth Church in Stonecrest, Georgia. Harris says voters of faith should be uplifting and not divisive.
We should never let anyone take our power from us or in any way try to convince us we are powerless.
Harris has sharpened her attacks on Trump recently, calling him increasingly unstable and unhinged. A dock collapse killed 7 people and injured more during a cultural celebration in Georgia. Here's Fox's Jonathan Siri.
The cause of this accident remains a mystery. There was no obvious collision. It happened on coastal Georgia's Sapelo Island, which is only accessible by boat. People had traveled there for that cultural festival celebrating the Gullah Geechee community, descendants of African slaves who have maintained many unique traditions. The Georgia Department of Natural Resources says a gangway on a ferry boat dock collapsed Saturday afternoon, sending at least 20 people into the water.
All of the victims were over the age of 70. Well, 4 people are dead after a helicopter crash into a radio tower last night in Houston. The private helicopter had taken off from Ellington Field shortly before the crash. Houston Mayor John Whitmire notes that the crash could have been a lot worse.
We are fortunate that it wasn't worse in terms of there's a butane tank, gas tank near the crash scene.
There are no injuries on the ground. Everybody on board the helicopter, including a child, was killed. The FAA and other agencies are investigating. Condemned inmate Robert Roberson is scheduled to appear before the Texas House Committee on Jurisprudence in Austin today. The court stepped in to stop last Thursday's execution after the committee issued a subpoena. Committee Chairman Jeff Leach McKinney says they have questions about the shaken baby syndrome that was used to convict Roberson.
All we're trying to do here is to push the pause button, make sure that the system is working and that an innocent man is not put to death by the state. That's it. That's our goal. And I think we're well on our way to achieving that goal now.
The committee does not have any authority to alter the death sentence, but Leach and others feel the shaken baby syndrome has been discredited and that the courts need to take another look at the evidence. The search for Suzanne Simpson is continuing within the city limits of Almus Park. Mayor Eric Harrison says the police department has enlisted the Austin-based nonprofit Texas Search and Rescue to assist. Their search will focus on the woods in and around Almus Park. Harrison says the police department is not requesting volunteers in the search effort. Simpson has been missing as of 2 weeks on Sunday. Her husband, Brad Simpson, has been arrested for domestic violence and a federal weapons charge. Well, the only thing uglier than the 30-15 beatdown the Texas Longhorns got from Georgia was fans throwing trash on the field during a controversial call in the third quarter. Now that's costing Texas a fine and some fans their seats.
The call was over a Texas interception and return that was initially called back for a pass interference penalty. Stadium replays showed no such interference, and fans began booing, jeering, and then throwing cups and bottles onto the playing field, halting the game. Texas coach Steve Sarkisian pleaded frantically with fans to stop while officials conferred and decided to reverse themselves. It led to a Texas touchdown, but not enough for a win. The SEC commissioner was in attendance and not impressed. The conference fined Texas $250,000 and ordered them to fine those fans using recorded video and ban them from all athletic events until fall 2025. Texas apologized and said such behavior is not tolerated. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:07, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon this morning. A big 8 o'clock hour coming at you right now. You just heard the story from Eric Lycum in the news. Texas Longhorn fans throwing cups and bottles onto the field when they were angry with a bad call that was later overturned in that game against Georgia. What the SEC wants Texas to do with the identities of those fans will react coming up. 8:20, talkbacks, your worst job ever. Somebody getting a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. 8:40, UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor coming off a big win over the weekend for the UTSA Roadrunners. Joe Pags will join us as well with a preview of the Joe Pags Show. First, your traffic and weather together.
Clouds this morning, sun this afternoon, highs in the upper 80s. Tomorrow, mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the upper 80s. And on Wednesday, sunshine and warm, highs right around 90 degrees. It is 62 degrees in Cibolo, 60 in China Grove, and 60 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:11.
San Antonio's first news in their loss Saturday night in Austin to the Georgia Bulldogs. There was a moment in that game between the Longhorns and the Bulldogs where a bad call was made. There was an interception by the Longhorns. Pass interference was initially called. Longhorn fans in the student section threw cups and bottles onto the field. Longhorn coach Steve Sarkisian went onto the field, implored them to stop. As Eric Lycum just reported, the SEC commissioner was there. Since then, the SEC has fined the Texas Longhorns $250,000, wants them to use video to identify those who threw debris onto the field and ban them until the fall of 2025, to which I say, oh, hell yes, ban them. I love the Longhorns. I love Longhorn fans. Those were stupid fans bringing shame on the university. Charity McCurdy, we've got technology. We've got video. I hope the Longhorns win the national championship this year. And on the way there, these scumbags should not be allowed in the stadium.
I agree. I mean, someone could have gotten severely injured as a result of those bottles being thrown on the field. And it's just a bad look. It doesn't represent the Longhorns well. So those fans should be identified, and maybe we'll even see their picture posted. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, public shaming. I'm all for that. And look, it's just not a good look all the way around. It makes those students, fans look bad. It makes Texas look bad. It makes UT look bad. It makes everything look bad. I hate it. I hate it.
Totally agree, Mr. T. And I say this a lot. I'm so proud of Spurs fans.
Yes.
Every time we win the NBA championship, all 5 times, we have behaved well. Other cities riot, they break windows, they burn cars, which is so stupid.
Yeah.
And you go, oh my God, Detroit, what are you doing? Miami, what are you doing? I can proudly say Spurs fans have class. And now, because of what happened on Saturday night, Charity, Longhorn fans can't say that with authority anymore.
Yeah, and then it goes beyond the penalty of $250,000 and banning certain fans that have been identified. Now they're going to have to review their procedures regarding alcohol. I mean, it creates a mess, and it's all because of a few bad actors. And hopefully this doesn't happen again. This is not the way UT wants to be remembered. So hopefully lesson learned moving forward.
Yeah, and I saw all kinds of stories over the weekend that those fans throwing bottles and stuff on the field is why they reversed the call. They were already looking at that call before all this happened. It just not a good look. And Charity mentioned it. A few bad actors messes it up for everybody.
Yeah, banning alcohol.
Yeah.
I'm a responsible adult.
Exactly.
If I want to have a beer or two at a football game, I can handle myself. Because of you yahoos, now alcohol could be banned.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Unacceptable. I love Charity's idea. Not only ban them and for at least a year, let's put their photos on the screen and let everybody see who these people were who brought shame.
Yeah.
Shame,
I say. Shame.
Upon the University of Texas. All right, coming up. Worst job ever? Donald Trump working at a McDonald's. Now, when we say that, I want to underscore it. Mr. T said it first. We love McDonald's. This is not to disparage McDonald's in any way. Great American company. But we're just asking, what was your worst job ever? Somebody's going to win a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. Later, UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor and Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show coming up. WOAI News Time, 8:15.
We're clear. We're ready. Light up.
Johnny, Eric, Trevin, Tracy Bogert, RK, Jim and Things. Welcome in, everybody. 24 watching at the moment. We welcome you all. Happy Monday. First day of early voting.
Hey, what skating rink did you work at, Eric?
Skateland.
Yeah, Skateland West. One I frequented.
I used to go to the one on the way to Lackland.
Yeah, well, no, this one was on 90. No, 410.
Yeah, this was 410.
Yeah.
On the way to Lackland from where I was.
Yeah, I thought you said at
lived,
Lackland. No, Skateland West, yeah. Yeah, my buddy Ray, one of my best friends, was the DJ there. He worked, he was the host of the DJ, and we used to go there for church skating parties. Just ride his asshole. Come on, play something else, man. Play something. He goes, look, I've got songs I'm supposed to play. Well, we'll bring you albums, man. And the whole time was slow down. Glenn, Tim, please slow down. It was funny as hell. And good times. Rollercade, okay. Okay, they just keep coming in. I got to cut it off eventually.
Yeah. Got to play Pags.
Oh, you want to hear it?
Yeah, if you could.
I can.
What was your worst job ever? We're going to hear more from you coming up. To win a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios that you can use Thursday at OpelkaCon. Charity, what stories are you following?
Early voting is underway in Texas and runs until November 1st. A Texas man whose life was saved by a subpoena will testify before a House committee today. And the search for Suzanne Simpson continues within the city limits of Almus Park. We'll have the latest right now, traffic and weather.
Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, you might see a few clouds and some sunshine, and it's going to be warm. Highs upper 80s today and tomorrow, 90 on Wednesday. It is 62 degrees at Randolph Air Force Base, 60 in Floresville, Texas, and 60 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 820.
San Antonio's first news, Donald Trump working at the McDonald's over the weekend in Pennsylvania made us think about our first jobs when we were much younger. Some of us worked at McDonald's, and some of us had really bad jobs in our past. So Mr. T came up with the idea for our talkback question today. What is your worst job ever? We're going to pick a winner before the end of the show and give out a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. You can use it on Thursday, 2 to 4 p.m. at the La Hacienda on Redland Road. That'll be OpelkaCon meet and greet. Mike Opelka. Lots more will be going on there as well. Mr. T, what do we got?
We've got a first-timer.
Hey, guys, this is my first talk back. I'm going to tell you about the worst job I ever had. I'm a professional aircraft mechanic. They call us A&Ps, Airframe and Power Plant. I worked for a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility that specialized in maintenance for large international jets. And it was called Aeroframe Services, where they did not pay you when you got there to work. They paid you when you finished a job card, and they often gave you not enough time to complete the job. Thanks, and have a great day.
Well, thank you.
That's not good.
That is not good. That is not good. All right, here's another one.
Hey, y'all. Good morning. Just wanted to share that my worst job, now this is crazy, but my worst job was actually Buc-ee's gas station when I was 18. They're pretty strict. Have a good morning. Bye-bye.
How dare you, ma'am, disparage the greatness that is Buc-ee's. But I trust you. I trust you. It wasn't a good
If
job.
they were strict, I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
Okay.
All right, this is not a good job, man. I think this might be up there in the running.
AWAI, worst job I ever had was sucking out grease traps. I'm a truck driver, and I sucked out grease traps, and it was the worst job ever. Thank you, and love y'all.
Yeah.
This is Curry.
Corey, thank you. I wonder what the name of that is. You know, when you're applying for the job.
Yeah.
Sucking out grease traps.
Would like to be a grease trap sucker, please.
Grease trap sucker.
I mean, if the bacon grease in my air fryer is any indication, I mean, that stuff is just, it gets, when it gets hard, it settles, and then you have to wash your hands like at least 3 times to get all the grease off. Yuck.
Yeah. Yuck is a good way to put it. All right, here's the Roadrunner.
Hey, good morning, everybody. It's Roadrunner. I was going to talk about the chicken farm in Elmendorf, Texas, how 2 nights every summer they'd get all the kids together to help take all the old chickens out and replace them with young chickens to lay eggs. But then when I heard about that young man working at the adult theater, I'm like, man, give me that chicken poop anytime. Y'all have a great day. God bless.
See, when other talkbackers are talking back about yours, the guy who worked at the adult theater and had to clean out the little viewing stalls. Now he worked at a chicken farm in Elmendorf. I wish we'd get somebody to call and say they worked at the chicken ranch in LaGrange back in the day. That would have been memorable.
Well, they'd be too old.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right, here's another one.
Good morning, WOAI. This is Rosalinda from Livonia. My first job that really sucked was at the Marriott Hotel, cleaning rooms as a housekeeper. After 1 day of training, I was expected to clean 28 rooms by myself. And the first one that I cleaned had an adult man and his adult son standing in the corner watching me as I fixed the bed and cleaned the bathrooms.
Okay, that's just
Needless
creepy.
to say, I only worked 1 day. Thanks.
Yeah, I often think of what hotel cleaning workers have to. I'm sure there's some awful things to clean up in hotel rooms.
God, yes. All right, we got time for one more, and here it is.
Good morning, y'all. Bill from East Texas here. As a young man, I had a job in a department store. Part of my job was to clean the restrooms. Men's was bad, but the women's, oh my Lord. The smell and the bad food, cigarette, just horrific. Anyway, the good part of that was I got to handle the records as they came into the store. So I got first crack at a lot of them. It was awesome. Y'all be good. Bye.
Silver lining. Cup half full, Bill. Very nice, sir. All right, we're going to pick a winner in the next half hour for a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios that you can use at OpelkaCon. Coming up, UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor after the Roadrunners' big win over the weekend over Florida Atlantic. He's always a tremendous guest. We're looking forward to that. WOAI News Time, 8:25. Mr. P.
Man. Here's what sucks, dude, is I got to go back to 2 pages to get to the winner.
We are about to pick a winner. Jeff Traylor coming up. We love him. You should love him. Maybe my USC Trojans will fire Lincoln Riley and hire Jeff Traylor.
No, that wouldn't be bad.
That would be an upgrade. USC lost to Maryland over the weekend.
Dude, I was shocked by that, to be honest. I was just shocked.
And I read, I think Lincoln Riley is the 5th highest paid college football coach.
Makes sense.
And this thing I read in The Athletic said it's year number 3. USC is not getting
they're not
its
getting
return on
money
its investment for the 5th highest paid coach in college football.
All right, here's the order in which we're going to do these, Chris.
Okay.
We're going to go Daniel.
Daniel is flying tonight on a plane.
RK and Brian.
Daniel, RK, Brian. RK, if you're in here, you're in the final 3.
Daniel Septic, RK Scallops.
Daniel, RK, and Brian are our 3 finalists for the La Hacienda de los Barrios gift card.
Okay, cool.
Now I got to look up.
And I've got a highlight for Coach.
Perfect, if you know it.
Yeah, it is. Hang on one second. Brandon High,
As in
18
high?
yard. Yeah, 18-yard run. It was a big moment.
And was Andy excited?
It was a big moment. Of course he wasn't.
Okay. Did he mention golf?
No. Shockingly, no. He did not. Ask Coach his worst job.
Notre Dame versus Navy next week.
I know.
At Navy.
And both of the Army Navy are both still undefeated.
Wow. UTSA at Tulsa. Tulsa's 2-5, 0-3 in the conference.
Should work.
UTSA should win that.
Jacob wants you to ask Coach what his worst job was, and he's going to say this season.
Did Jacob say that?
No, I did.
Oh, that's funny. This season. Coach, what was your worst job ever? This season. UTSA Tulsa is at 2:30 p.m. on Saturday.
In Tulsa, right?
Yes, sir. At Chapman Stadium in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Chapman Stadium, okay.
And if Tulsa doesn't have a statue of Drew Pearson in front of that stadium,
then they shouldn't have a football
He's
team.
an NFL Hall of Famer.
They should not have a football team, Chris.
Good job turning on the logos.
Hey, I'm getting it, man.
I think I'm going to take my coffee accoutrements out to my car.
Well, remember, we got to wait for Charity to come down here because we got to do that video.
Yes.
All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Monday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, Texas voters can have their say beginning today, and a Houston helicopter crash leaves 4 dead, including a child. We'll have details, first traffic and weather together every 10 minutes and mornings. Your weather forecast for this Monday, partly cloudy, a high near 85. Tonight's low near 65. Right now, 59 degrees. Well, people in Texas can start voting today in the presidential election. Stephen Pickering reports that the polls are open.
Early voting in Texas starts today. The top races on the ballot are president and senator, but congressional seats are also on the ballot, along with candidates for state representative and some state senate positions. Some counties have elections for county commissioner or other local offices, and several cities and school districts have propositions on the ballot. Early voting runs through November 1st, and Election Day is November 5th.
And Secretary of State Jane Nelson says more than 18,600,000 Texans have registered to cast their ballots. That's a million more than in November of 2022. The polls are open and close at 6 p.m. Speaking to reporters through a McDonald's drive-through window in Pennsylvania, former President Trump's that his temporary shift at the restaurant still lasted longer than Vice President Kamala Harris's alleged McDonald's career.
Now I have worked this week. I've now worked for 15 minutes more than Kamala. Okay, she never worked here. I've now worked 15 minutes more than Kamala. So worked at McDonald's. I'm going to say because she's lying, Kamala. That's why. Why would she lie? She shouldn't lie about it.
Harris says she worked at the fast food chain while earning her college degree at Howard University. Meantime, Harris delivered remarks at the New Birth Church in Stonecrest, Georgia, asking a question to voters of faith.
What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of chaos, fear, and hate, or a country of freedom, compassion, and justice?
And Harris has sharpened her attacks on Trump recently, calling him increasingly unstable and unhinged. Elon Musk's election promise of $1 million giveaway every day is drawing scrutiny. Here's Fox's Sue Guzman.
This weekend, Elon Musk announced he'll give $1 million a day until Election Day to someone who signs his America PAC petition. By signing, the person pledges support for the First and Second Amendments, freedom of speech, and the right to bear arms. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro telling NBC's Meet the Press said it may be illegal.
When you start flowing this kind of money into politics, I think it raises serious questions that folks may want to take a look at.
Some legal experts have suggested Musk is not violating any law since the money is being awarded for simply signing a petition, not in exchange for a vote. Sue Guzman, Fox News.
Georgia authorities are still working to identify the cause of the ferry dock collapse that killed at least 7 people. State authorities say the deadly incident on Sapelo Island also injured 6 others. Witnesses say a gangway at the dock collapsed Saturday afternoon, sending dozens of people plunging into the water. Multiple victims were taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. After nearly 6 years as a prisoner in Russia, former Marine Paul Whelan is speaking publicly on his time as a captive. Here's Fox's Gernal Scott.
Whelan said he was convicted and sentenced as a spy, but the endgame was made clear to him.
From day one, the Russians told me that they were holding me to do a trade with the United States.
On CBS Face the Nation, he detailed watching Americans, such as WNBA star Brittany Griner, be released before him. Whelan said his words to a Homeland Security official were,
"You abandoned me here. You have no one to trade. They don't want anyone else." And he said, yes, we realize that.
Whelan would finally come home this past August in the prisoner exchange that also freed Wall Street Journal writer Evan Gershkovich. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Well, 4 people were killed after a helicopter crashed into a radio tower last night in Houston. Here's Houston's Mayor John Whitmire.
Let me just emphasize that the scene is secure, multiple fatalities. Apparently there's a child, and it's a horrible thing to witness.
Nobody on the ground was injured. The FAA, NTSB, and Texas DPS are investigating. Robert Roberson will be before the Texas House Committee on Jurisprudence today. Roberson was had to be executed last week for the capital murder of his daughter in 2002, but the Texas Supreme Court granted a stay because the committee had issued a subpoena for Roberson to appear. Committee Chairman Jeff Leach says the committee is concerned that Roberson was convicted based on the shaken baby syndrome, something he says has been discredited.
All eyes in Texas and really nationally are going to be on this case. There's a lot of folks who are not aware of the facts, and there's a lot of misinformation that's being thrown around.
The committee meets at noon today. It does not have the power to alter the death sentence, but Leach feels it is buying time to let further evidence be presented to the courts. And the search for a missing San Antonio area mother of 4 is continuing. Eric Lycum has the very latest.
It's a story that's gripped San Antonio for 2 weeks now. Realtor and mom Suzanne Simpson has been missing, and the search is now concentrated in woods around the city of Olmos Park, where the family home is located. Last week, investigators combed through a southeast Bexar County landfill for several days. Her husband, Brad Simpson, is jailed in Bexar County on a $2 million bond for domestic violence charges while facing federal weapons charges for possessing an unlawful short-barreled rifle. He remains uncooperative with authorities. Austin-based Texas Search and Rescue has been called in by Olmos Park officials to assist police in the search and recovery effort. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money on the world of business. Scott Carr is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Scott. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
Second down and 10. McCown takes the shotgun snap. Here's a quick hitter up the middle to the 40-yard line. And Brandon High all the way down to the 30.
Brandon High with a big 18-yard run on Saturday. Andy Everett with the call as the UTSA Roadrunners defeat the Florida Atlantic Owls at the Alamo Dome 38-24. Let's talk to UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. Coach, nice to get the win, nice to get the home win. In a big fourth quarter, you guys were tied 24-24 heading into the fourth quarter, but you took care of business, especially in that fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was good for the kids to get a win. Homecoming. Appreciate our crowd showing up. They were probably the difference in the ball game in the fourth quarter. We got them pinned up back there. in our student section. And as usual, it was just so loud they could hardly function down there. And our defense played wonderful the whole day.
And Coach, did you do anything different in your approach to talking to the team about what to work on prior to Saturday's game?
If we were having a better season, but everything I've tried this year is kind of blown up in my face. You know, we've been so penalized. We didn't even use the word the entire week. We spelled PENALTIES all week. We never said the word. And I was going to give each one of them a yellow flag, and we were going to go through the run-through sign. We doubt y'all would have seen that. And then on the first play of the game, I was going to have every player just throw it up in the sky and just get all of our penalties over with on the first play of the game. I figured with it being on ESPN, we'd probably get boat race, and I'd be the national laughingstock of America. So I didn't do it. But it was amazing how clean we were on both sides of the ball. We only had 5 penalties. 2 of them, we roughed the punt returner, which I've never seen that in my life, which were both good calls. But we turned the ball over, which we haven't done this year. Critical 3 turnovers, which is the only reason they were in the game. I laughed at our offense. I told them, I said, y'all were so good. Y'all scored 55 points in the game. Y'all scored 38 points for us, and y'all scored 17 for FAU.
Well, Coach, congratulations on the win. And what do you take out of this game into the next game against Tulsa to keep this momentum going?
Well, again, we've really struggled being clean. You know, we've had so many third down penalties on defense. I think we lead the country in that. And we didn't have it one of those in this ball game. Offensively, you know, people have seen our offensive line jump all season long. Well, defense, you know, those guys kind of can smell the blood in the water, for no better term. And whenever they see a jumpy O-line, the D-line is going to do a whole lot more movement pre-snap. You know, a little orchestrated slide to the left and an orchestrated slide to the right, and all of them move at one time. And they might make a subtle noise that you can't prove that they're, you know, simulating the snap count. You can just, and our line, our scout team did a great job all week, and FAU did a great job of moving the whole game, but our guys never bid on it one time. And much credit goes to our players for just being so much better in Game 7 on that kind of stuff than we have been in the first 6 games of the year.
Coach, development of your quarterback, Owen McCown, crucial to future success. He had 340 yards through the air, 2 touchdowns, a couple of picks. How do you think Owen McCown did last Saturday?
Well, what I've said over and over again, what's unique about the kid is like they got him twice in those 2 interceptions. The first one, they made a great call coming out of our own end zone. He fell right into the trap. And the second one, he just did a poor job of looking off the safety, honestly. But then you watch, probably the play of the game was the tackle where we got them down. They ran the interception all the way back down to, I want to say, the 12 or 10, maybe 5. I really don't remember exactly. But a great tackle by Houston Thomas, our tight end. And then Osiris, stripped and recovered the fumble. So Owen just saw all that happen. That's like back-to-back interceptions. And he comes right down the field, and he rips the slant. He rips 4 verticals. He rips the third down completion on a mesh. He throws an unbelievable fade to Jamel. And so he takes the lead right before halftime. That just shows the guts the kid has. You know, those are 2 of the most embarrassing interceptions he's ever had. And he just comes right back with no conscience, just ripping it. So I was proud of that. As disappointed I was in the 2 interceptions. That's just part of learning and growing. And I bet the next time they play 2 tilt and we try to throw a go ball on the outside, he won't fall for it. And the next time we try to run a vertical and they inside release our receiver, he won't stare the safety down again.
Outstanding. Well, Coach, again, congratulations on the win over FAU. Best of luck. Keep a good thing going. UTSA at Tulsa, 2:30 on Saturday at Chapman Stadium. We'll have it for you on Ticket 760. Andy Everett and company with the call on that one. Coach, onward and upward. Great to see that the team is, I think, on a big winning track right now. I got a feeling you're going to keep this going. Thanks so much for taking the time this morning. Have a great week.
Thanks for having us. I hope you're correct. Appreciate you guys. God bless. Birds up.
God bless and birds up. We love him. UTSA head football coach Jeff Traylor. Right now, let's check in with Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show. He is all over the election with just 15 days to go. Good morning, Joe.
That's right, Chris. Just a couple of weeks away, Americans will be voting, and we're going to find out who the next president of the United States is going to be. So over the weekend, they were both in swing states. I'm talking about Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Georgia. If it looks like a swing state, they're both going to be there. Former President Trump dropping the fries at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. He now says he's worked 15 minutes more in McDonald's than Kamala Harris ever has. She was out there telling people in Wisconsin, you're at the wrong rally. Now, what the people said and whether she heard it or not is going to be a bit of a controversy. I've got the actual audio. We know what they said. We know what she reacted with. Did she hear them? Going to have that, plus Laura Trump, the RNC co-chair, and, of course, daughter-in-law of President Trump, plus Tom Fitton from Judicial Watch, and Kay Smythe today at 5. The Joe Pags Show, News Radio 1200, WOAI. See you then.
We're about to find out the worst job ever, and somebody's winning a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios that they can use at OpelkaCon on Thursday. But first, Charity, what stories are you following?
The polls are open as early voting is underway in Texas. A man who was scheduled for execution last week will now be testifying before a Texas House committee today. And in addition to a tough loss to Georgia, UT is going to have to fork over $250,000 after fans threw trash on the field during the game. We'll have more right now, traffic and weather.
Today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday, sunshine all 3 days. You may see a few clouds. Highs in the upper 80s today and tomorrow, 90 on Wednesday. 62 degrees at the Snake Farm, 62 at the Pearl, and 60 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:53.
San Antonio's first news, time to pick a winner all morning long. We've been asking you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app, what was your worst job ever? Somebody's going to win a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. By the way, David Munoz walked in here and said, I'm mispronouncing Hacienda. The H is silent. He says, Charity, I should say La Hacienda. Louis Barrios, the owner, I do believe, says Hacienda.
And we also call Blanco Road, instead of Blanco.
Exactly.
So
come on,
there's
people.
that.
Now I'm confused.
I'm just going to call it. I'm going to call it La Hacienda. We got 3 finalists. Mr. T, what do we got?
All right, here is the first one. This is Daniel.
Good morning, WI crew. This is Daniel from San Antonio. Growing up, I worked with my best friends with their father and their uncle who owned a septic company. There were times where we would go inside the septic tank and actually shovel out the solids.
Ooh.
Full circle from that, I now work for a porta potty company. Have a great day.
Wow.
Daniel, you're a contender.
Yes,
you're a finalist.
And here is RK.
RK here. When I was 16, I worked on a scallop boat. 12 hours on, 6 hours off. And while trying to dodge the big dredges that came up from the bottom to stay alive. Anyway, the one good thing was making $600 a week. Everybody have a beautiful non-shucking day.
You know, what's amazing about that is that when he was 16, so that has to be, some 45 years ago. Yeah. He was making $600 a week. That's a lot of money.
16-year-old man.
All right.
Cool.
Here is the last one. This is Brian.
I used to work when I was 17 at the Westheimer newsstand. They sold newspapers and magazines, but in the back, they had little booths where adult men could go in and watch a certain kind of movie. So you can guess at the end of my shift what I had to clean up. I only worked there for a week.
It was a long week, though. It was a long week.
That's a long, memorable week for Brian. All right. Brian, the adult men's
the adult theater,
cleanup. RK on the scallop boat. Daniel working septic tanks. Charity McCurdy, who had the worst job ever?
Man, I think Brian just really painted a visual that I cannot remove anytime soon from my mind. So I feel for him, and I can't believe he lasted a whole week.
Yeah, that's a long week.
So, yeah. Wow.
Yeah, Brian, you could have quit after the first hour. Charity votes Brian. Mr. T.
I have to vote Brian because it's just like Charity said. That's a visual that's going to take me therapy to get out of my mind.
Yeah, I'm going to try to forget that.
Yeah.
I got to make it unanimous.
Yeah.
Everybody was great today, but Brian, that is the worst job ever. The good news is it got you a $50 gift card to La Hacienda de los Barrios. We encourage you to use it on Thursday. It's a free event. OpelkaCon, meet and greet Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. Wonderful photographer Eric Bowden will be there doing portraits for free of veterans and a whole lot more. Charity will give out free hugs if you're nice to her. Lots of reasons to come on out, perhaps in inverse order there. So congratulations to Brian. Thanks to EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel for doing the heavy lifting. We've got Glenn Beck coming up in a few, Charity with all the big stories at the top of the hour. We will see you tomorrow, bright and early at 5 a.m. WOAI News Time, 8:58.
All right. Everybody have a great day. We'll see you.
Adios.
Bye.
Bye-bye.